Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up. Yeah, we're getting to it on this Thursday, November 14th, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Got a lot to cover today. Secretary of State Chuck Gray is going to drop in on the show. That's no new territory for the SOS. He's a former radio guy. Oh, the talks we're going to have this morning. The Mountain West Conference is being sued by several volleyball players who say it's not fair that transgender athlete on the San Jose State Spartans. Mountain lions, they're everywhere. So are deer, but Colorado law enforcement says just run them over. You think President-elect Trump's got a potty mouth? He's got nothing on the new city councilor for Powell, Wyoming. Barrasso's the new number 2 in the nation, GOP. And don't miss the Beaver Supermoon, the last of 4 consecutive supermoons. It's out tonight. These stories and more coming up with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. It's time for Wendy Core and Top of the Hour News.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Thursday, November 14th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday, Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols takes you deeper into the stories that matter and keeps up with the news, weather, and sports in your part of Wyoming. Just tune in to cowboystatedaily.com and join the conversation. 3 University of Wyoming volleyball team players, plus student athletes from surrounding universities and a team coach, sued the Mountain West Conference on Wednesday. They claimed the conference stealth-edited its rules to limit their speech and push them into competing with a transgender athlete. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 4 schools to date have canceled volleyball matches against San Jose State University over concerns about pitting women against Blair Fleming, the school's transgender outside hitter. According to the lawsuit filed Wednesday, on September 27th, just as the second of those 4 schools was canceling, the Mountain West Conference authored a rule saying those cancellations would count as losses.
The data for this post that you can locate online indicates that it was made that day. Right as the drama is unfolding, boom, here comes a rule that fully addresses it, allegedly. So they're saying, oh, it looks like this rule was stealth edited on the Mountain West Conference rules, and just perfectly to address what to do if a school cancels on a transgender player.
The lawsuit follows weeks of controversy over San Jose University's inclusion of a transgender outside hitter, Blair Fleming, who's currently ranked as the team's top scorer. Although there were few surprises in the results of Wyoming's general election last week, Secretary of State Chuck Gray claimed at the Wyoming State Canvassing Board meeting on Wednesday that a number of issues popped up on election night, including a major miscount of votes in Weston County. Despite those issues, Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that Gray still recommended certifying the election.
Now, it's important to note that miscount was cleared up and that it was identified before the results in Weston County were certified on a local level. They did a hand count to get those votes correctly, but it became a major topic of discussion nevertheless, and there was numerous Weston County residents who testified virtually and requested that the board not certify the results until more investigation takes place into what occurred there, but the board still unanimously voted to certify the results.
The Electoral College will certify Wyoming's votes on December 17th. The number of places in the world that have the right geology to store carbon dioxide underground are limited. One of those places is in Wyoming, and it lies far below another special place, the C.B. Irwin Ranch, where famed rodeo bronc Steamboat used to run. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the owner of the C.B. Irwin belongs to a coalition of 20 neighboring ranches who've come together in a company called Meriden Carbon, which wants to attract companies interested in parking their their carbon dioxide emissions underground for long-term storage.
They were being approached by companies that wanted to lease their pore space. These would be like geologic formations that have the special qualities that would allow them to not only inject carbon dioxide down there, but keep it in place so it doesn't migrate elsewhere. It is adding a secondary revenue source for these ranchers who need that to continue to be farmers.
Geologic storage of carbon dioxide has been seen by some as one way to fight back and extend the life of coal-fired power plants by capturing all the carbon dioxide emissions and storing them underground, making the businesses essentially CO2 emissions free. After an aggressive construction schedule, the swinging bridge over the Snake River on Teton County Road 2210 is open 9 months earlier than anticipated. The new double-lane bridge, which really doesn't swing, replaced the aging single-lane steel truss bridge that crossed the Snake River south of Jackson. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that completing the $10.3 million project will be a welcome change for residents who've been using a detour to get across the river for the last year.
It's called Swinging Bridge because it's on Swinging Bridge Road, and that road was named for the original Swinging Bridge, which was the first bridge to cross the Snake River in 1938. That bridge is long gone. Technically, it's the Swinging Bridge Road Bridge, but everyone calls it the Swinging Bridge, even though it doesn't swing. It's concrete and steel, so that's not going anywhere for at least 70 years.
Swinging Bridge Road had been closed since October of 2023, so the bridge could be removed and replaced. Construction on the new bridge began in April, and while it's open to traffic now, work will continue into 2025. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
It'll be a fairly quiet stretch of weather today and tomorrow across the Cowboy State. We're going to wrap up the week with generally dry conditions. It'll be breezy. Temperatures will be up a little today, down slightly tomorrow, but well within normal averages for mid-November, which means highs in the 40s and 50s, lows at night in the 20s. So for high school football, anybody headed to the border war Friday evening in Fort Collins, the weather should be pretty good. We'll see some changes this weekend. It starts Friday night and Saturday up north and in the west. Western Wyoming and far northern Wyoming near the Idaho-Montana borders. We'll start to see some snow and rain shower activity overnight Friday, turning the snow showers early Saturday, while the rest of the state this weekend will be a little bit cooler.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
Open enrollment is here. Discover a range of low-cost plans from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Shop now to find the best option for you. Online, in town, in touch. We're right around the corner. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. What's your plan?
The school district board in Powell committed Tuesday to lobby state legislators for a law that could prevent male transgender students from using girls' bathrooms. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the passage of the Park County School District 1 resolution on student restroom use came during a Tuesday evening board meeting in which members of the public and at least 2 state legislators packed the room.
It's kind of like throwing the school district to the wolves, because if the district has this policy that, for instance, butts up against Biden's interpretation of Title IX, it would have to defend that. And so what they chose to do instead of just make a bathroom policy was they resolved to lobby the legislature for a statewide bathroom law.
A group for parents in the district announced Wednesday that there had been an issue of a male using the girls' bathroom in one of the schools. Superintendent Jay Curtis has said, however, that the district does not have evidence suggesting that transgender students are using bathrooms that don't align with their sex. Wyoming senior U.S. Senator John Barrasso has cemented his role as one of the leading voices in the new Republican majority Senate. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that Barrasso was elected majority whip on Wednesday, which is the assistant majority leader.
This is the number 2 leadership position in the Senate, number 2 within the Republican Party, and the Republican Party has the majority now in the Senate as a result of last week's election. He said there's going to be kind of a new bold agenda that's coming to Capitol Hill, where they're going to try to lower prices and crack down on immigration and bring a number of other reforms that Republicans around the country have asked for.
By landslide margins in both the primary and general elections. A 15-year-old boy who's accused of shooting into 2 North Casper homes in August pleaded not guilty in Natrona County District Court on Wednesday. Marquise Heyman allegedly told friends, "I hope I killed one," after the incident on August 12th, according to Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck.
His family was there in support, and his brother that was sitting a couple rows behind him told him as he was leaving the courtroom, "We love you." He told me that he believed that his brother was innocent, but now his brother is facing 2 serious aggravated assault charges with those weapons. And the judge denied reducing his bail, and his $100,000 cash was put on the second charge that he faces.
Heyman is charged with a multitude of misdemeanors and felonies, including aggravated assault and battery, property destruction and defacement, and reckless endangering. And in some parts of Wyoming, elk herds have ballooned well above the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's recommended population objectives. While that's good news for hunters, those growing elk numbers have also attracted more mountain lions to the area. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke to one hunter who went on his elk hunt prepared for just such an encounter.
On the hunting forums, I've noticed a lot of folks who just went out deer hunting or elk hunting and ended up shooting a mountain lion instead, which is fine. If they're in an area where it's legal mountain lion hunting area and they have a mountain lion tag, why not take that opportunity? So I spoke to one gentleman who did do that last month. He did take the opportunity. He did shoot a nice big mountain lion. And he said once they cleared it with game and fish, they took it back to hunting camp and they ate it, fed a lot of people, said it's really good meat. The larger topic here is, does our mountain lion population, does it warrant maybe higher quotas for mountain lions?
Mountain lions are hunted on a quota system in Wyoming. That means that once a certain number of the big cats have been killed in a hunting area, hunting there is shut down, regardless of how many days are left in the official season or how many hunters are left holding unfilled tags. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. And don't forget to drop in on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols, Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Wocroa, make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River. The Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic, see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none. Yeah, let's get this day going. I'm jacked. Not really. I'm tired. But I'm going to pretend I'm all jacked up just to get through it, right? It's November 14th, Thursday. Here's what the sunrise photo of the day looks like. Fantastic photo from a place I dearly would love to be. This is Eden to me. This is the Garden of Eden. This is paradise. It's the sunrise over Paint Rock Creek in Hyattville, taken this past Tuesday, a couple days ago. Tim Stevens submitted the photo. And if you don't know Hyattville, then you don't know. Come on! There's Hyattville right here. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Hyattville's kind of an elevated 10 Sleep. It's actually a de-elevated. 10 Sleep is on the map now, you know, because of the climbing community. 10 Sleep's got a lot of hippies. Nothing wrong with hippies. I'm just saying 10 Sleep has been discovered as far as the western approach to the Bighorn Mountains. There's Hyattville. kind of, you see Graybull, Warland, Hyattville's tucked right up there into the Bighorn Mountains. 10 Sleep just below it. Am I still showing the map? I think I am. It might be hard to see. And I got to keep reminding myself that this is a radio show, technically. But yeah, Hyattville's right between what I would call those approach foothill towns of the Bighorns on the western slope. Shell, 10 Sleep, Hyattville. They're all kind of similar in tiny little town. And Hyattville's the smallest of them all. I mean, Shell's pretty small, but Hyattville's really small. This is all there is to Hyattville. The cemetery, where, of course, nobody dies in Hyattville. It is Eden. Garden of Eden. Paint Rock Inn, which, by the way, I mean, I highly suggest if you're in the area today, Paint Rock Inn, 5 stars out of 5 stars on the Googler. Great restaurant. They opened today, I think, at 4. Yeah. Or they open tomorrow at 4. Anyway, yeah, that's just going in deeper dive than we needed to go for our sunrise photo of the day. Tim Stevens, sunrise over Paint Rock Creek in Hyattville. Beautiful. I'll open the Zoom room for Greg to get in here in a moment. Meanwhile, let's move to our weather forecast today. And there's Don Day's contribution from Sharon Barber, shows the snowy range. And a little bit of an elk hunt going on there. Really nice. Let's get to the updated Don Day weather forecast, and then we'll get Greg Johnson into the Zoom room. Mostly sunny to partly sunny for most of the state with breezy conditions. Central Wyoming, Casper, Lander, mostly sunny, highs in the low 50s. Southwest Wyoming, Evanston, Rock Springs, Kemmer, you'll be sunny today with highs in the upper 40s. Pinedale, Afton, Lavarge, mostly sunny skies with highs right around 40, maybe a little bit better. Du Bois, Jackson, you're looking at highs today only in the low 40s perhaps. There'll be sunshine, but it'll be pretty breezy for those two towns, Du Bois and Jackson. Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis, Cody, Powell, sunny, breezy with highs in the low to mid 50s. Buffalo, Sheridan, you'll be sunny skies today, upper 50s, touching 60 there in Sheridan. Pretty nice for November 14th. Gillette, Newcastle, Moorcroft, sunny skies today with highs in the mid 50s. Might have some wind gusts there as well. Down on the Eastern Plains, Torrington, Wheatland, mostly sunny with clouds on the increase late afternoon, early evening. Look for highs right around 60 in Torrington, Wheatland, southeast Wyoming down in the corner. Cheyenne, Laramie, plenty of sunshine today. Highs in the upper 50s in Cheyenne, low 50s in Laramie. And in Rawlins, Saratoga Bag, sunny skies, maybe a little breezy with highs in the upper 40s, right around 50. That's your updated weather forecast. We don't see anything disturbing your road conditions too bad. Let's get Greg Johnson in here and get right into our news. Ding dong. And there is Greg. What's happening, Greg Johnson?
Hey, how's it going, Jake?
It's going good. I had, seems like I had a Denver Broncos slam to share with you, but I won't do that to you today because I can't remember what it was.
That's all right.
Yeah, I better just be quiet.
Out there.
Who's your Broncos got this weekend?
Yeah, I don't remember.
It's not even worth.
I don't know. I would have to check.
Yeah. Well, it's not Friday yet.
I don't know.
Well,
My Buffs are up to like number 18. They're getting close to that 12-team playoff.
Oh yeah, and I heard your coach is getting $100,000 every time he wins now. He's tripped something in his contract. So, yeah, prime time.
Yeah. And now a lot of the national guys, I listen to ESPN in the mornings sometimes when I'm in the little editor's room, and they're all pushing now for Dion, that they say that Dion should be the Dallas Cowboys head coach.
Oh, wow.
That what they should do is that the Cowboys should tank the rest of the season so they get the number 1 pick, so that they could hire Dion and he could pick his son Sador to come and be their quarterback.
Oh, man, they got it all figured out, do they? Well, Dallas has its own special problems. The Cowboys just can't catch a break, and it couldn't happen to a better team. Great.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not broken up at all about that.
Me neither. And, you know, they lost their quarterback for the year. And apparently the reason they really lose is the sun's in everybody's eyes at that, you know, $1 billion stadium. And come on. Yeah, I don't know. I think Dion is not long for the Front Range. I think he's a one and done there. He come in, he got his you know, having primetime as your coach is recruiting power. And, you know, especially when your kid is the star. And I think he did there what he wanted to do there. And I'll bet he's moving on. We'll see.
Maybe. He still has another son there, though, who will still be playing there next year.
Okay.
So that'll be it'll be interesting, but it's fun, you know. Staying on the sports beat, you know, I'm not a boxing fan at all. I've never been, although I'm a fan of some boxing, you know, like Muhammad Ali and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know, tomorrow night they got that big fight with Mike Tyson and Jake Paul.
Yeah. Supposedly. I mean, this thing has been on again, off again. Hopefully, Mike Tyson doesn't get hurt sparring, and Jake Paul, you know, or you know, just age out of the whole thing. That's what's the difference in age there? Tyson's got to be 50.
I think, well, Mike Tyson is like
28, 38.
Mike Tyson's like 53 or 54 or something like that.
Yeah, and Paul's like 30. I mean, there's at least 20, if not 30-year difference between the two. Yeah. For those not following.
But, I mean, but it's Mike Tyson, man.
I know. It's Iron Mike.
That's the whole thing, you know?
For those not following that fight, it's pay-per-view, right? We're going to have to pay to see this if you want to see it, I imagine. It's not going to be. Oh, is it really?
Nope. They got to deal with Netflix.
This thing is just a big old publicity stunt. Mike Tyson is coming out of retirement from boxing, conventional boxing, and Jake Paul is a mixed martial arts kind of guy, and much, much, much younger. It'll be interesting to see if the old man still got it or if Jake Paul knocks it. I don't know. Tyson, I'm going to ask Cowboy Kevin at 8:30 just for the heck of it, see what the Cowboy take is on it. Who real Wyoming Cowboys, working hands, who they would go for in that one. But that'll be interesting. You're right. Other sports, the volleyball thing just not going away. Claire breaks yet another bit of news about this whole thing.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting one. It's a federal lawsuit, brought by a whole group of plaintiffs, mostly players from other teams in the Mountain West Conference, including three from Wyoming. Three University of Wyoming players are plaintiffs in this lawsuit. And what's really interesting is the claims, because the claims aren't just, hey, you're making us play against a guy. The claims are Mountain West Conference is breaking its own rules, is changing its own rules to accommodate it, and that it's goes against Title IX. Now that's, I think, legally that's the interesting thing, a Title IX challenge of these trans participation rules and things, because their argument is Title IX specifically says its whole purpose is for fairness for women in sports. And so, it gets to that whole thing of, what do you define as a woman? And it's like 132 pages, 139, something like that. I was looking at it last night, 132 pages. And some of the some of the claims, and they're just claims, the Mountain West Conference hasn't answered it or anything. They just filed this yesterday. But some of these claims are pretty outrageous, like they're like retroactively changing rules that the players were specifically told, basically given a gag order. You don't talk about it, which they say is a free speech thing. And the one girl who originally the teammate who originally joined onto a previous lawsuit saying, I didn't even know they made me room with the player and everything, outlines how she claims that she was retaliated against for doing that. So there's a lot to it, and it's not going away.
Yeah, Brooke Slusser is the one you're talking about, teammate of Blair Fleming and roommate. She's suing, and then we did bring this up yesterday. You're wondering, like, what if you were backing the whole transgender and say, you know what, if the girls want to play trans, then okay. But there was another thing I wasn't thinking about, and that's people who lost out on scholarship opportunities, true born females who missed a scholarship because Blair Fleming took that spot. And she's not technically a female, wasn't born that way. So a former student athlete, Elle Patterson, part of this lawsuit, who says she did lose scholarship opportunity because of Blair Fleming. And then all I need to know about this lawsuit is UW volleyball player Sierra Grizzle is also included. And Grizzle is the bomb on UW. She's the GOAT of diggers, Sierra Grizzle. If she's the one, she's the target of Brooke Fleming. If those two teams ever played and Fleming hits one of her 80-mile-an-hour spikes, it's Sierra Grizzle is going to dig it out of the floor. She's fantastic, and I would put her up against Fleming any day of the week, but she has joined the lawsuit. And there is perhaps evidence that Claire finds in her story that the Mountain West was pivoting and moving in real time, trying to figure out and stay ahead of this whole trans thing with what they would do, what a forfeit means. And it's weird. It's weird. The story keeps going.
Yeah. It is, but I mean, this is the process in America, the legal, the legal process, and that it includes multiple players from multiple teams. So it's obviously not, just the one player on San Jose State who has a problem with it. Apparently a lot of people do, within the conference.
Mountain West Conference Commissioner Gloria Nevarez is the one who's going to have to answer to some of this stuff, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. What else is happening around the state?
Well, a lot of good stuff. Claire, again, boy, she killed it yesterday. Has that good story from Powell School District, kind of staying on the thing about they're urging the legislature to take action on bathrooms in schools that they, for them, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of similar to a bill that was brought last session as well. The canvassing board certified the election. What's interesting there, I mean, that's usually just it's a rubber stamp thing. You go, there's usually not a lot to it. But this time, they had to discuss whether or not to certify the election in light of the Weston County, miscount that they had there. And there was some discussion about that, but in the end, they did certify it. You live up in that area. Are you happy with the new swinging bridge?
Swinging bridge. Yeah, it's funny. I passed that thing on my commute, if I ever commuted. I work from home, and I find very little reason to go to Jackson. I'm south of Jackson. But, yeah, I would drive right by it. I know a lot of people who live up in the area where you can only access it by the bridge. And since they've had to take this weird detour on Old Henry's Road. I love the old bridge. Used to be good fishing under that bridge. So hopefully they haven't messed the fishing up. And yeah, I hope that's all I care about.
The fishing up, but
yeah,
it doesn't have that old style trellis over it.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't. The old bridge looked really cool, and this was the first bridge over the Snake River in the Jackson Hole area in Teton County, and back. For a lot of people who don't live here, it's going to be lost on them. But there's an area west of the bridge that's commonly referred to as Hog Island. There was a proposed housing development that was going to be there, and it got shot down. And it was the Hog Island development. And people wonder, well, why the hogs? That's been, perhaps some rancher was hog ranching, hog farming there. Or maybe there were wild hogs, but why the island? It obviously isn't an island, but when you think about this bridge, prior to the bridge coming there, and if you lived in downtown Jackson, to access this area, you had to cross that river, and that's where all the hay fields were back in the day. All the alfalfa was raised in Hog Island, and you had to cross the Snake, and it was a big deal getting across that thing with machinery or anything. Prior to the bridge, and for people who lived in Jackson, it was essentially an island over there. But yeah, I'm excited for the bridge. I just don't want it to mess up fishing.
That's all right. Apparently, the bridge doesn't really swing anyway. So
no, never did swing unless you go way, way, way back to that original rickety bridge to access Hog Island. Yeah, that one might have moved around a little, but this new one looks pretty good, and they got it. I got to say, every time I went by there, they were after it, man. They worked hard on that thing to get it done. Teton County paid for 90. I think the state paid for 90% of it. County footed the last 10%. It's up to the county to maintain it now. But yeah, it's cool bridge. I didn't know the reference to County Road 22. Nobody calls it that. I didn't know.
Yeah. That's what I understand too.
Right. So I'm interested in this story from Leo Wolfson, and I wonder if this is not a little bit of fallout, or if this is not a little bit of indication that comes down from our president-elect, Donald Trump, who I think all of us can agree, whether we agree to vote for him or against him, I think we can all agree when he opens his mouth, there's some harsh things that have come out of it. He's not delicate when he criticizes people and things. He can be a flamethrower with what he says. And it makes me interested in this story about Troy Bray, who had some nasty things to say about Tara Nethercott, vulgar email that urged her to kill herself. And he has not only to me, he's like, that's something you got to live down somehow or make go away if you want to be a politician. He's almost parlayed that into a political career. He was just voted on to the Powell City Council despite this vulgar email. And I don't know if people have forgotten or if people are just more tolerant of politicians speaking their mind in a abrasive way. But great story from Leo Wilson that finds that Bray.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that happened like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that, someone who had that kind of statewide notoriety, gets elected again. That's all the story was. It wasn't, condemning or supporting, what he did. And Bray acknowledged it when Leo talked to him, said, I did it. I've never backed down from it, then admitted, it wasn't the best thing to do. But, who knows? It might make Powell Council meetings kind of interesting. And,
yeah.
Sometimes I think city councils and county commissions, they go out of their way. Like if there's a vacancy and they need to appoint someone, they go out of their way to want to have consensus. They go out of their way to appoint people who are just going to agree with the rest of the council, or that they actually get together and have a meet about it. I don't know if it's quite legal or not, but it's probably not totally illegal. But I do know, in Gillette, when I was there, for example, the former mayor Wood, that was the thing. It wasn't okay for something to pass. It had to pass unanimously, and I don't get that. I think that's what the councils are for, is to have the differing views there and kind of hash it out in public, let people see that happen. So I think a lot of times there are efforts for that not to happen. So it'll be interesting to watch Powell, because I don't take it that Bray is a guy who does that.
Yeah, who's going to play nice in the sandbox anyway? I totally agree with what you're saying. I've seen it as well on certain town councils. I think the smaller the government and the smaller the town particularly, there is this idea that we should be in lockstep, we should be in unison, one voice on this issue and that issue, and it should be a unanimous vote. And it doesn't have to be. Yeah, you and I say that's democracy, and it's a 3-2 vote's okay. That it just means we've got differing opinions, and we're only looking for a majority. It doesn't have to be unanimous. I've seen that a lot. And yes, Troy Bray's going to bring some unique things to Powell. He's super conservative. He's worried about spending like a lot of Republicans. But he had COVID stuck in his craw back in the day, and that's what set him off, at least with Nethercott. So we'll see. I mean, hopefully we don't go into another pandemic or have pandemic 2, because it'll really be an issue in Powell. Kevin, we hope to have SOS Chuck Gray on the show, Secretary of State. I'm waiting for confirmation, but I hope so. I hope Chuck can make it, and he'll talk about that Leo Wolfson story about the Wyoming State Canvassing Board. They have to finalize elections, and it's up to December 17th until we really say, yes, elections were good. But despite a few hiccups and, of course, the Weston County thing, Gray seems to be okay with moving this along. But Chuck Gray's a stickler about how the elections are run. He wants every I dotted, every T crossed perfectly. Like, it's important to him, real important.
Yeah, well, as Secretary of State, it should be important to you, I guess.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing. But we got good stuff. It's been kind of politics heavy with the election. Before the election and right after.
Mm-hmm.
But Mark continues to have these good outdoors stories, and it's not quite outdoors, but it involves wildlife. I mean,
yeah.
If you see a deer on the road, what are you gonna do, Jake?
That I was going to go to that story next. Apparently in Colorado, the law enforcement is urging you just go ahead and run Bambi over. That's the safest thing to do. Mark Hines verified with our own automotive expert, Aaron Turpin, that today's cars are able to take a hit on a deer, maybe not anything bigger, like in the moose category. But yeah, deer, yeah, your car can handle that.
To be clear, they're not advocating you go out of your way to hit the deer.
Right.
In Colorado, because, their highways are more well traveled, they're more close together, they have more traffic on it. I think that the message is, if the deer comes out in front of you, your instinct is to save Bambi, as they're quote, to save Bambi.
Yeah.
But don't kill other people in the process. Don't swerve into traffic, into the other lane, into other cars to miss the deer. Just hit the deer and don't do that. But it does go against your instinct. If the deer runs out in front of you, just hit it. That's not that's not a natural instinct for most people.
It's a case-by-case scenario, certainly, and depending on your driving ability, your reaction time, and the exact incident, it's all going to differ. But you're right. Your instinct when something bolts in front of you, even a squirrel. Like, how many times have you been ready to move from a lot of us are ready to take evasive action. And at least one law enforcement guy down there, Colorado State Patrol, Major David Rollins, says the worst choice you can make is to take, that aggressive, unpredictable action for other motorists, to swerve outside your lane or slam on your brakes. You're just going to create a wreck where maybe striking wildlife is going to be the least of the things that could happen. Rollover incident, you can go off the road, you can go off a cliff. So, yeah, it's something to think about. Mark Hines always got his brain cooking about wildlife, I guess. He's talking about the deer hunt that turns into a lion hunt, mountain lion hunt. That's an interesting stuff.
In case he came across a mountain lion, he had his lion tag.
Yeah. We're talking about a hunter, an outfitter who said he's seen more and more and more mountain lions, enough that he just, at this point, gets a mountain lion hunting tag. He doesn't go out to hunt them specifically, but while he's hunting other stuff, he's like, I see so many mountain lions. What the heck? I'll have the tag in my pocket just in case. Sure enough, he bags him a 100-pound big cat while he's out there hunting deer. Interesting.
In Colorado, I think they kind of, one of the main factors that they kind of missed there is, don't, I guess if you're just going to go ahead and hit the deer, it also depends on how much room I still have in my freezer.
Yeah. Are you able to make those calculations in real time? You've got only split seconds to hit the brake or turn your wheel. Are you thinking, freezer space?
No, probably not. Probably not. And the time, we've covered it before. I spent 7 years in Alaska.
Yeah.
Up there, it is moose. You hit moose all the time.
Yeah.
The area I was in, every winter, it was average anywhere from 400 to 600 moose would be killed on the highways.
Oh, wow.
A huge amount, and it's because they all come down. They can't find the forage in the forest up in the high country because it's covered with snow, so they come down, and it's easy because it's like uncovered along the side of the roads, and so they graze there, and so they're just hanging on around there. And so people hit moose all the time there, and yeah, usually the moose doesn't survive, and neither do the vehicles.
Yeah, moose is hard. I hit 2 winters back. I hit a moose. I just could not avoid this thing, and he could not get out of the highway. And yeah, it's tough on both vehicle and moose for sure. Those are big animals. This story is just so sad that Claire McFarland has about these a beloved hockey coach in Sheridan. I remember when it happened. Just gutted me. I knew of this guy, Patrick Mudd. He gets in a fight over a parking space with some guy in Sheridan, and the next thing you know, he's one-punched, killed, died the next day in this fight. And it's now we're trying to figure out, is there manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter charges in order? Or how exactly did this fight go down? These, Jennifer, I forgot about Jen. We got to get her in the Zoom room. That's right. I just, eyewitnesses, talk about this one punch, sucker punch, yet another group says this was justified. This guy was self-defense. He was getting beat up, he being Cody McCullough. So I don't know where the truth is, and that's why things got to go to court. But just a no-win story over there from Sheridan. Hockey coach killed in a fist fight over a parking space at a rodeo going back last July, and that's headed to court. Barrasso's the new number 2 guy. We thought he would be.
Yeah, he was on. He ran unopposed for that, so we figured. So that's why we put it's official there. But for the smallest population state in the nation to have someone in that with that kind of influence is a big deal. There are a lot of small states that don't have that with their representation. So,
just to test it, I'm gonna get Jen Coker in the Zoom room and do a 3-way. Stay right there, Greg, because I need to test my Zoom room technology of getting 3 people in the room. It's see, I thought so. When I do it, I don't get me in the middle, which is fine with me. I don't even want me in the middle. Hi, Jen.
Hi.
We got you. We got Greg. We got the whole crew. Yeah, I don't know why that doesn't work. It's so frustrating. And when I try to fix it, that's when I blew the whole computer up last time, so I won't try to fix it. Yeah.
That is interesting. Yeah, 'cause, I mean, it looks just like a regular Zoom room to me, but yeah, you've never looked better, Jake.
I know. I look fantastic in that blank white screen. I don't know why that, it's, I got to fix that. I need an IT guy, and maybe Bard can fix it for me, or Riley or somebody. But Jen, what's Greg got you working on?
Greg's really pushing me hard this week.
Uh-huh.
He's
Slave driver.
like that sometimes. He's really cracking the whip.
Yeah.
I'm looking into one of the stories is, I don't know if you've heard about those recent murders that were staged to appear as if they were bear attacks, one in Montana and one in Tennessee. And we covered the one in Montana, but the one in Tennessee just happened this week. And a guy basically thumped a guy on the head, called 911 and pretended that he was actually being chased by a bear. So the police found this guy. He had fallen off a cliff. So the guise was that he was running for his life from a bear. But in reality, this guy stole his identity and faked this bear attack. So the question that I am unraveling is whether or not this is a viable means to murder a person. So I'm talking to Wyoming law enforcement. And I can give you my preliminary report, and that is, it is not viable.
I wouldn't think so.
People are getting caught doing it. There are better ways to get away with murder, I guess, than blaming it on the bear.
Yeah, one of the lawmen I talked to thought the only way might be if you actually built a device that mimics bear claws and teeth, which I found quite clever. And hopefully I'm not giving anybody ideas.
Well, there was Sting and the police Murder by Numbers, where they go through perhaps blame the murder on a bear attack. I can't remember the lyrics exactly, but it might have been in there. And then there's, of course, 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover, which left out 51st way is to stage the grizzly bear attack. But yeah, that's so weird, that Montana thing. And I did not hear about this Tennessee thing. So I wonder if bad guys, allegedly bad actors, are getting together. Is there some kind of union where they meet weekly, monthly, and
Yeah, it's in the ether. It's in the murderer ether. So it's hard to say where they're getting these ideas.
That is really weird. All right. Well, please follow that up. I want to know more about that. Let's cut that off at the pass if that's coming to Wyoming, because we do have a lot of bears.
We do, yeah. So, I mean, it's, this is the place where maybe you could pull it off. But another story I'm working on is there's a John Doe case. A man was found in a coal train in Wright, Wyoming in 1995. And I'm kind of rediscovering that case. And also, I'm talking to a genealogist who thinks she may have a match for this guy based on his tattoo. So I'm trying to figure out, where he is. I've gathered that he's in the cemetery in the indigent section. So I'm not sure if it says cremains or body. The coroner is tracking down records for me right now. So I will have more on that this weekend, so stay tuned. And another one is protection orders, because Greg is a real taskmaster this week. So there's a bill before the the state representatives this term on whether or not to make protection orders permanent. Currently, they are maxed at 3 years, which means every 3 years, the victim then has to go back to court and face her abuser to get an extension on that protection order. So this would make them permanent with some exceptions.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Kara Chambers in the AG's office calls it a game changer.
Yeah, I kind of think it should last until it doesn't need to last, until perhaps there'd be some reconciliation, and then both parties would want to walk it back. That I could do. Yeah, there'd be like an opt-out or an opt-in. I don't know what you call opt-out or opt-in, but yeah, to every 3 years have to revisit what could be traumatic stuff, memories. That seems tough.
And there's absolutely an opt-out. That was one of the discussions at the legislative meeting last week.
While we're on that topic, Jen, could you also bring up to the authorities that may be that to have an opt-out issue with whenever you go to buy something like at the convenience store and you put in your card and you're ready to put in your numbers or you're ready to say yes, and the first thing that pops up is, do you want cash back? I don't ever want cash back. Why is that?
Are you a cashless guy?
Well, not necessarily, but I just don't need things slowing me down at the coffee shop when I'm pressing the buttons. I tap the card. I just want it to be simple. I want to do the eye scan, the retina scan, bam, the money comes out of my bank and I get my coffee. To have to answer, do you want the free car wash today? Do you want cash back? Do you want those things? You should have to opt in. If you need cash back.
You want to give $1 for Lithuanian orphans every time.
Right.
Yeah. That's Jen's next story next week is Lithuanian orphans.
Well,
I will definitely look into that as well as Ukrainian orphans.
All right.
Jen, that Coltrane thing, is that Coltrane Carlos?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's buried in Mount Pisgah.
Okay. You were editor when that published in 2015. It was covered by the News Record. So my update is, of course, the genealogist who has some ideas.
Yeah, that's a great update. Yes.
Yeah, and I actually tracked down one of the responding officers, and I couldn't talk to him because it was too loud in both of our areas. But I'm going to talk to him today. But he has the specifics on how the guy fell. And so that would be interesting to get that side as well.
The grave marker on it just says unknown man.
Okay, good tip.
Which we just learned when it comes to the Pisgah, that cemetery outside of Gillette, they like to know the background, the backstory of who's buried there. What a beautiful cemetery. If you have to have your eternal rest somewhere, I would have that high on my list. But yeah, they. Because of the information campaign going on there, I'm sure to leave one unknown, we need more. We need more from that. So, yeah, Jen, we'll put you in touch with the Pisgah people because as soon as you find out more, they'll want to know and they can update their database, I'll bet.
Absolutely. I'll be heading up there this afternoon.
Cool. Wow, everybody hard at work. I feel like I'm slacking. Way to go, guys. Thanks for coming on the show.
I'm going to take off.
All right.
Let you finish up with Jen. Good to see you, Jen.
You too, Greg.
Jen, that's, let's see if I can put you, there you go. You pop over on the left side. So I got almost everything figured out except for me, which is fine with me.
It's a lot to learn.
Yeah, right. I'm a computer guy, but I'm not that computery. And
there's a lot of things happening.
Yep.
And you're trying to talk and keep it all going.
You know it. What else? Anything else you're working on for the weekend? I mean, that was enough.
That's enough.
Yeah. Okay.
But Katie brought up my house being hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is one of my favorite topics.
That wasn't the house in Casper. We were talking about the house on that tough corner. This is a place you were in, and that's a one and only time that you've ever been in a house that a car crashed.
This is my first and only house smashing. Yes, it was a house smashing hit and run, and I actually live in a condo on a cul-de-sac, and so the deal is that a 16-year-old was chasing a 21-year-old in cars because I guess that's what delinquents do. But she missed the turn. She was coming down my hill and it's a cul-de-sac on a hill. And she just slammed into my garage. And then she took off. And I was downstairs working, so I came upstairs. I was like, what is that sound? And I saw a car kind of going around the bend, then looked at my garage. It was totally smashed in, knocked it off the foundation. And then I realized later, it didn't take long. Luckily, my neighbor had Ring cameras and he was able to get that.
Oh,
Yeah, he was able to catch it on video. And then Jimmy wrote a story about it, our editor or publisher, whatever he is. And he, within hours, that person was caught.
whoa.
Yeah, and I had some vigilantes out looking for it. It was awesome.
Power
But
of
yeah, they tracked her down that day.
the power of the porch surveillance camera, the power of the press, and the power of Jen if she's looking for it. Jen can find missing people. That's what she does. So don't try to run. Wait.
I will find your Suburban, believe me.
Let me get my no, not that one. Yeah.
Do I get a sound?
Jen's coming for you. I don't know if you can hear it on your end. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool. What did it sound like? Somebody crashing into your house? Everybody says a train. Sounds like a train going by.
That's pretty accurate, actually. I couldn't place it. I thought my house was just crashing in.
Yeah.
But it was a weird sound. But I guess a train is pretty accurate.
A train, or I loaded the washing machine. It's imbalanced or something. Yeah.
No, it's definitely more than a washing machine.
Okay. Just so everyone knows, in case you are hit by a SUV, your house is hit.
If you're
now you
sitting
know.
downstairs, and and what really astounded me was there was zero damage to her car. So what did I do? I went and bought her exact model, not her car.
Oh, we're out of time on the Zoom. Sorry. That's the first time. Sorry, Jen, if you're wonder what happened right in the middle of our Zoom. That's the first time I ever actually run out of time. And I was waiting to see if Zoom is really true, like they're going to time me out. And I guess it's really true. You only have a certain amount of time on the free Zoom. Whoever's in charge of Zoom, if you want to just give me the extended, upgraded version without me paying for it, I'll give you shout out all the time. Every morning I call it the Zoom room. I mean, how much more publicity can I give you guys? So if the president of Zoom is watching, yeah, we need the upgraded package so I don't lose Jen Coker right in the middle of her explaining something. Sorry, Jen. Let's get to Wendy Core, top of the hour news. We'll do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Thursday, November 14th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. 3 University of Wyoming volleyball players, plus student athletes from surrounding universities and a team coach, sued the Mountain West Conference on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 4 schools to date have canceled volleyball matches against San Jose State University over concerns about pitting women against Blair Fleming, the school's transgender outside hitter. According to the lawsuit filed Wednesday, on September 27th, just as the second of those 4 schools was canceling, the Mountain West Conference quietly authored a rule saying those cancellations would count as losses.
So they're saying, oh, it looks like this rule was stealth edited on the Mountain West Conference rules and just perfectly to address what to do if a school cancels on a transgender player.
The lawsuit follows weeks of controversy over San Jose University's inclusion of a transgender outside hitter who's currently ranked as the team's top scorer. Although there were few surprises in the results of Wyoming's general election last week, Secretary of State Chuck Gray claimed at the Wyoming State Canvassing Board meeting Wednesday that a number of issues popped up on election night, including a major miscount of votes in Weston County. Despite those issues, Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that Gray still recommended certifying the election.
There was numerous Weston County residents who testified virtually and requested that the board not certify the results until more investigation takes place into what occurred there, but the board still unanimously voted to certify the results.
The Electoral College will certify Wyoming's votes on December 17th. The number of places in the world that have the right geology to store carbon dioxide underground are limited, but one of those places is in Wyoming, and it lies far below the C.B. Irwin Ranch, where famed Rodeo Bronx steamboat used to run. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the owner of the C.B. Irwin belongs to a coalition of 20 neighboring ranches who've come together to attract companies interested in parking their carbon dioxide emissions underground for long-term storage.
They were being approached by companies that wanted to lease their pore space. News would be like geologic formations that have the special qualities that would allow them to not only inject carbon dioxide down there, but keep it in place so it doesn't migrate elsewhere.
Geologic storage of carbon dioxide has been seen by some as one way to fight back and extend the life of coal-fired power plants by capturing all the carbon dioxide emissions and storing them underground, making the business essentially CO2 emissions free. I'll be back with more news right after this.
This Thanksgiving, many of our homeless neighbors will come to us hungry, cold, and in need of hope. Wyoming Rescue Mission offers a lifeline. For just $2.58, you can do more than fill a plate. It's not just food you're giving, it's the first step toward recovery, job training, and a brighter future. With your help, we can change lives, one meal at a time. This season, let's serve up hope. Please donate today at wyomission.org. That's W-Y-O mission.org.
A 15-year-old boy who is accused of shooting into 2 North Casper homes in August pleaded not guilty in a Turner County District Court on Wednesday. Marquise Heyman allegedly told friends, quote, "I hope I killed one," after the incident on August 12th, according to Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingback.
His family was there in support, and his brother that was sitting a couple rows behind him told him as he was leaving the courtroom, "We love you." He told me that he believed that his brother was innocent, but now his brother is facing 2 serious aggravated assault charges with those weapons.
Heyman is charged with a multitude of misdemeanors and felonies, including aggravated assault and battery, property destruction and defacement, and reckless endangering. And after an aggressive construction schedule, the swinging bridge over the Snake River in Teton County is open 9 months earlier than anticipated. The new double-lane bridge, which doesn't really swing, replaced the aging single-lane steel truss bridge that crossed the Snake River south of Jackson, according to Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi.
It's on Swinging Bridge Road. That road was named for the original swinging bridge, which was the first bridge to cross the Snake River in 1938. That bridge is long gone. Technically, it's the Swinging Bridge Road Bridge, but everyone calls it the Swinging Bridge, even though it doesn't swing. It's concrete and steel, so that's not going anywhere for at least 70 years.
Swinging Bridge Road had been closed since October 2023, and while it's open to traffic now, work will continue into 2025. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Back to the stories of the day. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show, 7:04 on this Thursday. And let's dig right into the Claire McFarland story regarding, yes, college volleyball. At this point, I know many Cowboy State Daily readers, and I know many viewers and listeners of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show probably have delved into volleyball deeper and longer than they ever thought they would. And it's too bad we're not talking about the actual sport of volleyball, by the way. Let me see what our cowgirls are doing of late when they're not busy suing their own conference. The basketball team got a win. Way to go, cowgirls. And the boys basketball team lost to Texas Tech. That game was played last night on ESPN Plus. Darn it. I thought we were going to be able to beat them. Final score 96-49. Oh my. Okay. That wasn't hardly close. The volleyball team has not played of late, so I don't see any results on the girls' volleyball team. But anyway, this Claire McFarland story, the latest in the saga that is University of Wyoming volleyball, Mountain West Conference volleyball, is a lawsuit now, we find, brought by a variety of parties, mostly student athletes themselves, but in total, a lot of different entities. Here's who has joined this lawsuit. And the lawsuit, by the way, is pointed at, for the most part, the Mountain West Conference that these teams play in. San Jose State with the transgender player Blair Fleming. Several, at least 3 or 4 universities have refused to play that team, and by virtue of that decision have had to deal with a forfeit or a loss for refusing to play. Why do you get a forfeit if you don't play a team that has a transgender? That rule was apparently just thought up by the Mountain West Conference, allegedly, in this lawsuit. Mountain West trying to quickly pivot and get ahead of this issue. Anyway, the lawsuit against the Mountain West, against San Jose State University's athletic director, against San Jose State's coach, but mostly against the conference being targeted in this lawsuit, saying it's the Mountain West has really put some unfair burdens on teams and the expectations that they will or will not play against a transgender athlete. The following people are suing: Fleming's teammate and team co-captain Brooke Slusser. So she plays right alongside of Blair Fleming. She was one time rooming with Blair Fleming, did not know Blair was born male. She's part of the lawsuit. She's part of another lawsuit, by the way, against the whole issue. Former student athlete Alyssa Sugai, former San Jose student athlete, former San Jose student athlete Elle Patterson, who said she lost a scholarship opportunity at San Jose State when she was passed over in favor of Blair. That's not fair. University of Nevada, Reno, student athlete, member of the volleyball team, Nikki Clark, also part of the lawsuit. Nevada's another one of those schools that has refused to play San Jose State. So did Utah State University. And Kaylee Ray, co-captain of that team, has joined the lawsuit. UW volleyball members Macy Boggs, Sierra Grizzle, Jordan Sandy have all joined the lawsuit. Boise State has a player that has joined the lawsuit as well. And on and on. The entities being sued are the Mountain West Conference and its commissioner, Glory Navarez, San Jose State University itself, including the board of trustees that oversees the schools, and the senior associate athletic director and the coach. And in the lawsuit, basically the suit claims that it's unfair to call it a loss when you refuse to play San Jose State University. It's unfair to call a forfeit a loss in this case. Violation of free speech, violation of federal Title IX law. Lawsuit follows weeks of controversy, of course, over Blair Fleming, the trans player of San Jose State University Spartans. The complaint alleges Mountain West leaders hastily drafted a new rule making canceling teams count as a forfeiture loss for each cancellation. So when these universities say we're going to cancel our match with the Spartans, that counts as a forfeit and a loss. And the Mountain West Conference had to make up that rule, allegedly, fairly recently, when it was obvious that schools were going to refuse to play San Jose State. Interesting. Commissioner Gloria Navarez of the Mountain West Conference has not answered the lawsuit yet, has not yet made a statement, but that story continues to have legs, and Claire McFarland has the latest aspect of it, which includes this lawsuit. It'll be interesting to continue to follow this story. Here's what Claire had to say about it. Let me share it with you. Claire talking to our Wendy Core about this story.
Three University of Wyoming volleyball team players, plus student athletes from surrounding universities and a team coach, sued the Mountain West Conference on Wednesday. They claimed the conference stealth-edited its rules to limit their speech and push them into competing with a transgender athlete. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 4 schools to date have canceled volleyball matches against San Jose State University over concerns about pitting women against Blair Fleming, the school's transgender outside hitter. According to the lawsuit filed Wednesday, on September 27th, just as the second of those 4 schools was canceling, the Mountain West Conference authored a rule saying those cancellations would count as losses.
The data for this post that you can locate online indicates that it was made that day, right as the drama is unfolding. Boom, here comes a rule that fully addresses it, allegedly. So they're saying, oh, it looks like this rule was stealth edited on the Mountain West Conference rules and just perfectly to address what to do if a school cancels on a transgender player.
The lawsuit follows weeks of controversy over San Jose University's inclusion of a transgender outside hitter, Blair Fleming, who's currently ranked as the team's top scorer.
Yeah. I mean, certainly the timing is suspect. If the timing is available for all to see, then I don't know that there's any controversy there. If the Mountain West Conference, after one team forfeited a match with San Jose State, a second team was considering the same. The Mountain West Conference, I'm thinking, allegedly, hastily called a meeting and said, we got to punish teams for not playing. What is it going to be? Well, let's make it a forfeiture. Let's make it a loss. That sounds like something that had to be thought up real quick. Because prior to this issue, I doubt many volleyball teams are saying, we don't want to play them. We don't want to play this team. We don't want to play that team. I'm sure it wasn't happening. It only happened now because of Blair Fleming. I hate to put her, and I'm going to use her. That's who she has transitioned to, or her. This is not a case of who to identify as today. In my opinion, this is not a case of, I'll go into the opinion room here. Doesn't appear to be a case where today I woke up and felt like a man. And tomorrow I woke up, I will wake up and feel like a woman. It's not one of those things. It's whatever it is that causes people to feel like they're born in the wrong body and born the wrong gender. And sometimes those feelings go away. Sometimes those feelings, I think, are misidentified when you're a child. It's really something else that's going on, which is important why you have laws and rules in place so kids just don't get to make decisions for themselves. Parents don't get to make decisions even for their own kids that are going to be life-altering. You know, I don't think the average 8-year-old should be making the call whether he or she feels like another gender. Let's wait and see. But assuming with the Blair Fleming issue that Braden Fleming really did feel like, I am not a boy. There's nothing about me that's male. There's nothing, I'm not a boy. I just know it. And so you do surgery, you take drugs. I don't know if this was the case with Fleming, and you become Blair Fleming. And she has lived that way for quite a while, and some of her best friends wouldn't even know it. And then she gets to college. She gets to high school. She plays volleyball. She gets to college. You play volleyball. The don't ask, don't tell works for Blair because nobody knows at San Jose State. Her teammates didn't know. I wonder to what degree the AD and the coach knew of her true born gender. I don't know. But when news got out, the rumors started cooking like a year ago, 2 years ago, And then finally, it is confirmed that Blair Fleming was born a male. And now all heck breaks loose in the Mountain West. And you got colleges that don't want to play the match with San Jose State on solid grounds, whether it's safety issues, whether it's personal belief that boys should compete with boys and girls with girls, and whatever gender you're born as, that's who you are, XXXY at birth. Sorry. Whatever your grounds, whatever your issue, and again, University of Wyoming has not issued a statement as to what their grounds are for forfeiting the matches with San Jose State. I don't think any other school has come out with a statement as to why. It was just, we're not playing. But we can read between the lines. It's the issue of, should a transgender player be allowed to play in this kind of situation? And the Mountain West Conference is just caught up in the wash at this point. And the commissioner, Gloria Navarez, is just, in my opinion, scrambling to try to get ahead of this issue. No one knew coming into this season. Now all of a sudden we know. Now you got one school that won't play. Another one says we're not going to play. And Navarez is like, oh boy, what do we do here? This is a mess. We'll call cancellations of matches, we'll call them forfeitures, and you get a loss. That's not fair, says University of Wyoming and other universities who have now joined this lawsuit against their own conference they play, and that's not fair. To punish us for refusing to play San Jose State, who has a transgender player on their team. Wow. That's that. And we'll shift from that to weather that has a little more predictability to it anyway. When we're talking about weather, and thankfully so. Hey, Don, I remember now the question I wanted to ask you yesterday.
Okay.
I remembered as soon as you left the Zoom room, of course, because we were doing This Day in Wyoming history. It was actually This Day in the United States history yesterday, was the first of the big dust storms that began the Dust Bowl era of the 1930s. When, East Coast was, the skies were blackened. It rained brown on, east of the Mississippi. It was a major, 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 major global weather event. So my question was, what was, and this really puts you on the spot. I mean, we're talking about a guy who forecasts weather for the state of Wyoming, and I'm going to make him go back to the 1930s. What was your take on Dust Bowl? What happened, and could that happen again? What the heck happened?
Well, yeah, to answer your question, could it happen again? Well, certainly weather patterns tend to repeat themselves. So the weather patterns of the 30s could certainly come back. The 30s, despite a lot of people monkeying around with temperature data, still is the hottest decade, hottest decade that we have on record. And the patterns that developed the Dust Bowl, we kind of have an idea. Part of it is connected to the Pacific and La Nina, colder Pacific temperatures. You'll have people who will say that the Dust Bowl was due to bad farming practices. And all of those things, like a lot of things, this is something that's really important with weather and climate. A lot of times it's just not one thing, but it's a lot of things working together, or multiple things working together. So we sort of had the perfect storm. The way agriculture was going, the way the Pacific was going, and it set up for a decade of very hot, dry weather for a lot of the nation's midsection. And as quickly as it formed, it went away in the 40s and 50s. And while we did have some droughts in the 50s, but nothing like what we saw in the 30s.
All right. That's the macro view. Before we ask you to concentrate on just the Cowboy State with weather, I also wanted to pick up our friends in Florida. Are they in for another hurricane, Don? What are you doing to them?
Well, I will tell you this. The latest model data is now backing way off on that.
Okay.
So this is why we always tread very carefully, in the long range, because what looked like a direct hit on Florida
now does it look like it looks like it certainly could rain in the Gulf Coast, and there could be some remnants. But at least as of today, the prospects for Florida look much better than they did yesterday. And this is it's always a moving target that far out, and especially when it comes to tropical storms and hurricanes. We'll keep an eye on it. I would say they're not out of the woods yet, but I think we're feeling better about the Florida situation now.
I can say with a certain level of confidence, no other Wyoming radio show or talk show is asking their meteorologist about the possibility of Dust Bowl 2 or about the hurricane hitting Florida. But we put our guy to the test because Don Day to forecast weather in Wyoming is just, he could do that in his sleep. What's going on?
Well, I thought you were going to bring up the Edmund Fitzgerald because we just had the anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. With the gales of November come early.
And this is on the Great Lakes, right? Was this on Superior or Michigan?
Lake Superior.
Yeah, and Doug, those Great Lakes, I grew up around there, Buffalo, Rochester, upstate, Western New York, and the Great Lakes are great for a reason. They're practically oceans. If they had salt in them, they'd be ocean. They're huge. And weather, and that you could lose a big ship in the Great Lakes for sure. Something like the Edmund Fitzgerald. I didn't know about that. I should play that song. I'll get it ready.
There you go. Cue it up.
I'll cue it up while you do your forecast for Wyoming. Still windy. What do you but sunny. It's not a bad day today across the state.
Yeah, I would call the next 2 days is kind of typical November, a little coolish, a little breezy, but really for today and most of tomorrow, there's not much happening. We do have a front, though. It is going to snow a bit in the northern and western parts of the state late tomorrow night and Saturday. So those Idaho, Wyoming border areas, the Evanston area, then up along the Montana border. This isn't a big storm, but there is going to be a little bit of winter weather there tomorrow night and Saturday. The rest of the state will be cooler and breezy, but I don't see much else going on. And then next week, we've got our hands full trying to figure out next week's weather. It's quite complicated.
Complicated is... just gives you a challenge. I mean, we just had you forecast weather for the 30s. How complicated can it be for a guy like you? What's going on?
Well, it can get really complicated because, everybody wants to know details and specifics. And I try to be honest with people and let them know when I don't know. I do know that next week we've got another large Pacific storm coming in. It does look like there's going to be a very large storm in the west central United States. But it could end up in Minnesota. It could end up in Kansas. It could end up in North Dakota. It could end up in New Mexico. And if it goes to it can't be in all those places at once.
Yeah.
But all of those locations are a possibility. And that makes a huge difference on whether or not it has impacts or not. So stay tuned, but we are going to see quite a bit of weather across the lower 48 next week.
Yeah, it reminds me of whenever they do those hurricane models, and it's so far out that they said, well, this path could hit Florida, and this path takes it to North Carolina. And they're like, well, that's a huge difference. There's communities wondering. Yeah, so I can see how that could happen. All right, well, we'll give you a pass on that since you did forecast weather for the 1930s, and you had an eye on Florida, our friends in the Sunshine State. Awesome. Thanks, Don. And I do have that music for you to play you out. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. And you knew the lyrics, too. Gordon Lightfoot.
Well, come on. Who doesn't love Gordon Lightfoot? Come on.
All right. You have a great day, man.
You too.
All right. That's Don Day, our weather forecaster. And
the breakfast had to wait when the gales of November came slashing.
Yeah, when those
afternoon came, it was freezing rain.
Gales of November.
The face of a hurricane west wind.
It's Gordon Lightfoot, of course, in the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. I missed this day in history. Obviously, November, but it wasn't Wyoming history, so that's how I dropped the ball on that. I'm going to check and see if we get Secretary of State Chuck Gray coming up at 7:40. I think we've got him, but his office has not confirmed. So let me check my emails, and we'll get right back after this quick break. Yeah, we're back to it. 7:26 on this Thursday. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. This story from Dale Killingback about this 15-year-old Casper teenage hoodlum, allegedly, in my words. Yeah, it's so hard for me to recount these stories without interjecting my complete displeasure with today's Utes. These two Utes. This one Ute allegedly shot up a house in Casper, not one, but two North Casper homes, August 9th and August 12th. Allegedly, 15-year-old Marquise Heyman had his day in court the other day. Our own Dale Killingback paints the picture. Here's what it looked like yesterday in court. Dale said Heyman stood before Judge Daniel Forgy and stood next to his attorney, Dylan Rosales, in a red jumpsuit with shackles. Charges against him were red, his curly black hair covering his ears. The teen stands about 5'6", has a slight build. Boy, Dale just gets super descriptive over it. Heyman's family was there to offer support. They wanted a bail reduced from, I think, $100,000, and the judge would not lower that. He has the brother, Bernard, who also mentioned to our reporter, said his brother is innocent and the $100,000 bond is unfair, he told Cowboy State Daily. He's 15 years old. $100,000 bond. Why so high? Well, Heyman, besides allegedly discharging his brand new 9mm firearm into two different homes, also allegedly said on social media, I hope I killed one. I don't know, it's alleged because even though it's on his socials, I guess someone else might have been able to post that. Another text message that was brought up in court talked about, this is allegedly from the accused, Heyman, he living life while his mama ducking shots. He's talking about Chapo, and Chapo's house is one of the houses that was shot up allegedly by Mr. Heyman. Heyman also, a witness told police, Heyman said, yo, we just popped this beep. Where's my beeper? Yeah, if I'm going to quote from this story, I better get my sensor ready. I can't find anything when I need it. Okay. Yeah, an alleged quote from the alleged perpetrator from the alleged story is, yo, we just popped and I hope I killed one. Of course, I'm adding the urban accent. Yo, we just popped this and I hope I killed one. That's all I need to hear. But I'm not allowed to do Judge Jake anymore. And perhaps there's more to the story than I'm aware of. Here's Dale Killingback talking to Wendy Core about the incident and about that day in court yesterday.
A 15-year-old boy who's accused of shooting into two North Casper homes in August pleaded not guilty in Natrona County District Court on Wednesday. Marquise Heyman allegedly told friends, I hope I killed one, after the incident on August 12th, according to Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingback.
His family was there in support, and his brother that was sitting a couple rows behind him told him as he was leaving the courtroom, we love you. He told me that he believed that his brother was innocent, but now his brother is facing two serious aggravated assault charges with those weapons. And the judge denied reducing his bail, and his $100,000 cash was put on the second charge that he faces.
Heyman is charged with a multitude of misdemeanors and felonies, including aggravated assault and battery, property destruction and defacement, and reckless endangering.
That's the story from Dale Killingbeck, Cowboy State Daily. Read more about that. And of course, the original incident was written up by Cowboy State Daily. Now they stay in court yesterday, all stemming from these two houses, two North Casper homes shot up on August 9th and August 12th. And I think the attorney of the accused, Heyman, wants the bail reduced so the kid can get out of jail and he can go back to school, which would be best for him, said the attorney. Yeah, as long as the school is surrounded by razor wire, allegedly. I'm going to put myself in the room again. Jake's in a timeout.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
Yo, we just popped it. I hope I kill one. Yeah, Casper, man, you got to get your act together. Come on, Casper. Casper, Wyoming has become rather lawless, in my opinion. Back to the views and opinions. In my opinion, yeah, Casper has got to get their act together. Good story from Dale Killingbeck. Unfortunate the topic, but, you know, it is what it is. You can't make it up. I have not seen confirmation from Secretary of State Gray, but we'll just open the Zoom room here. I asked if he could join us at 7:40. So if so, we got him. If not, we'll try again. But yes, Chuck Gray is in the news. Secretary of State of Wyoming is often in the news in some kind of way, and certainly when it involves elections. The office is really in the forefront, Secretary of State. What does the Secretary of State do? Well, it's one of the first questions we'll ask Chuck Gray. What do you do all day? And especially during elections, it's a busy time. And Chuck Gray's been in the news quite a bit after the elections last week. How about we go to, let's see, am I ready for Swinging Bridge? I don't know. I'm just reluctant to start any vein of thought here and then have to switch gears for Chuck if he comes on. Okay, let's do the story from Mark Hines. This shouldn't take too long, right? This story from Mark, our own outdoor reporter, Mark Hines. He's got a couple of stories that are pretty interesting, including what you should do if you encounter a deer on the highway. If you're in Colorado, you run it down. If you're in Wyoming, you might try to weave around it. That's a horrible paraphrase of the story. My Reader's Digest version. We'll dig into that a little bit more. But first, Mark's story about the outfitter that just happened to have a mountain lion tag in his pocket, and it was a good thing. He was elk hunting. I thought he was deer hunting. Okay. He's out there elk hunting. Here's a photograph of Matt Rivord of Laramie, who takes people on guided hunts. He's an outfitter. He's a hunt guide, and he's up there in Sybil Canyon in this particular incident when he's, you noticed a big cat feeding on, I think, a deer carcass, but it's one of his favorite elk hunting spots, and he comes across this mountain lion, and he said he's made it a practice to purchase a mountain lion tag, a hunting tag, so he can legally harvest a mountain lion if it's in a certain hunt area, and if the quota has not been met, he can legally shoot a mountain lion should he encounter one. And Matt says, man, more and more I'm encountering them. He said, he told Mark Hines, the lion issue is getting pretty bad. And he did encounter this mountain lion while elk hunting. The mountain lion had, I believe, buried a carcass of a mule deer, which mountain lions will, snack on their ungulate, whatever they killed, and then they'll bury it until they can return again. So that's common practice. Here's Matt with the mountain lion he bagged. That is a pretty big mountain lion, estimated to be about between 100 and 120 pounds. And Matt packed this thing out. Take a look at this. There's Matt packing out a 100-pound lion. He reported the incident with authorities like you're supposed to do. Here's the partially covered carcass of a mule deer that was found nearby. So hunting guide Matt Rivard was right. That's a mountain lion that did that for sure. Anybody will tell you that. And Matt reported he checked it in with Game and Fish. Game and Fish confirmed that was a mountain lion they had on their radar. They knew of this mountain lion. They said it was about a 3 or 4 year old female that had never had kittens, which was unusual, said Game and Fish. Once that mountain lion was checked out by authorities, Rivard was free to then take his legally harvested mountain lion, and the first thing he did is bring it back to elk hunt camp, and they all ate it the next day. And he said it tastes exactly like pork. He said he'd had mountain lion before. Someone else had shot it. That was his first time he had his own mountain lion. They make chops, backs, straps, steaks, chuck roast. And he said it tastes exactly like pork. More and more mountain lions. Is that what's Is that what's putting the crunch on our mule deer herds across the state? Could be partially to blame. Could be for sure. All right. Oh, my goodness. We do have our Secretary of State, Chuck Gray, in the Zoom room. Let's get him in here. Chuck, we probably should play you in with something presidential. What's that? Don't they have like a Sousa, Philip Sousa song they play when the president comes in? The presidential, what is that called? I don't know. You need some kind of important play in, I think, though. How are you today?
Very well, Jake. How are you?
I'm doing. Oh, I know what we're going to play you in with. Okay.
You can give me entry music. Seven Nation Army. That's how I usually enter.
Oh, really? Oh, that is. I got that too. But
Someone asked me that the other day on an interview. if I'm at a rally, what my entry music is going to be? That's what I hope it is.
Well, that's. I have that. Hold on. I got that somewhere. Yeah, good idea. That's the stadium anthem heard across the country on any given sporting event. But I got something even extra special for that. This takes you a few years back, probably a decade back. I could, we'll have Chuck date it himself, but take a listen to this, Secretary Gray.
Good afternoon, Casper. You're listening to Chuck Gray Show.
Wow.
We have a great show today.
Where did you find that?
Talk about a few different.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing that escapes I employed our own Jen Coker, who is the queen of his missing persons. We found an old KVOC. Is that the station?
Yes, the voice of Casper. That's how I got involved in public life was having that show. We started that in 2014.
Yeah.
And then I ran for office a decade ago and later on that year and came a little bit short. And then in 2016, tried again. I always get excited when I see somebody start a new show. I mean, I saw you start a new show. I really wanted to come on, and I'm glad that we're able to have a little bit of a conversation. I think long form radio or podcasting, I guess that's where we're at in 2024. Like that's one of the mediums I really enjoy going on.
So it's good to know there is life after radio. I'm so excited. You parlayed a radio career into Secretary of State. Look at you now.
Well, yeah, 6 years in the legislature. We got a lot of things done. We did pro-life bills and bills to try to get our coal exported. Fortunately, that one was vetoed by the governor. It was one of his first vetoes. You know, Cowboy State, I tell Leo this all the time. Like they always say that the disagreements between the governor and I are just since I became Secretary of State. No, this goes back to the first term. It was actually one of his first actions was vetoing the coal export bill, which worked really hard on during that legislative session in 2019. But from there, worked on voter ID, and that got me involved in election integrity. And when this opened, decided to put my name in the hat. And because of my neighbors, my fellow Wyomingites, I was able to get across the finish line. And thank you for your support, Wyoming.
Before we talk about your duties as Secretary of State, let's go back to that House of Reps, your time at the legislature. First session, lead sponsor of the ultrasound bill, the first pro-life bill passed in 30 years. Also lead sponsor of Wyoming's voter ID law, signed into law in 2021. You weren't there just as some wide-eyed kid in your first session saying, "Oh, I'm just happy to be here." Like you made change, you affected change. I did not know about the coal export. Was that the plan, to get coal from Wyoming to California and then ship it to China overseas, or what was that about?
There were 4 different proposed coal export terminal locations starting in the early 2010s. A couple were in California, and then I believe there was one in Oregon, and then there was one in Washington State. And over time, all of the roadblocks that those left-wing states put on placing a coal export terminal, over time, they all went broke. And the one that was left was Washington State, the proposed Longview export terminal. That's when I entered the legislature. That's the one that we had a chance to possibly get to the finish line. And I was really bothered by the fact, Jake, that since 2010, we had none of these governors take any action to protect Wyoming's interstate commerce clause rights. The federal government, especially in the first Trump administration, was willing to permit, and not only willing, wanted to permit this coal export terminal. The only blockage, and we're going to be in the same boat 2.5 months from now, was the state of Washington claiming a provision of the Clean Air Act, which allows them to object to that permitting. Well, that's a state blocking another state's export rights, interstate commerce clause rights. That's when you inject that constitutional provision. It's actually the reason it was written, to prevent export states from blocking import states, interior states from being able to export goods. And we never saw any AG of the state of Wyoming do anything about that. I got fed up by late 2017. I said, look, if the attorney general who's appointed in the state of Wyoming isn't going to get the job done, Jake, then the legislature's got to step in and file the litigation on behalf of the people of Wyoming. That was the premise of the bill. And Gordon didn't like that because he had just come into office. He said, well, the AG is going to do this anyway. He proceeds to wait for an entire year. Now, Jake, I mean, you know this. You've been pretty successful at life. Life is about timing in many different instances, and especially this sort of thing, litigation. You couldn't wait that long in terms of the Trump term, COVID. It got caught up in COVID, and all of a sudden we're not getting cert before the Supreme Court, so we couldn't get it heard. And it was an example, I think. This isn't just personal it's not really about that for me. It's about policy. And one of the things, the weaknesses, I think, of these 2 gubernatorial administrations, these 2 terms, we're in the middle of the second one, is that, and we can get into the Kelly parcel too, because another example of it, the negotiations he does, I don't think are tough enough. I don't think when he does a deal, the deals in Wyoming, we haven't gotten the full potential for Wyoming, and the timing on the deal isn't right. And that's been one of my main objections with this governor. And I think that's another example of that. On top of the Kelly parcel, the debate on that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we have a lot to cover. We're talking to Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray. We're going to talk about the perceived Gordon Gray impasse, headbutting every once in a while. We're going to talk about Kelly parcel. First, real quick, before Secretary of State, let's go again back to your time at the legislature. You were on various committees, and I just wanted to get your perspective on how important it is to be named onto these committees, because that's kind of what we're doing right now as we prepare for the 68th legislature folks jockeying to be on committees, who might be on one. Democrats might be left off them. How key are being on committees? What was your experience?
Well, I was always excited to be rotated a lot. You're right. I was on a lot of committees. For being there 6 years, to be on, I think it was 7 or 8 by the end of it. Now, the reason was because I was rotated, because the sort of inside group that was in power at that time, I'd get on a committee, I'd start asking questions, too many questions in their eyes, and then they're like, okay, let's get them on a different committee. And so the reason I was on a lot of committees was because I asked a lot of questions, which I think is a good thing, but some people don't feel that way. But it ended up being a great thing, because when you're on a committee, you become a subject matter expert within that area, or at least the closest thing that you can kind of move in that direction without particularly being in that agency on a day-to-day basis. Those oversight committees bring in those agency directors, talk about the issues that are coming across those agencies' desks at any particular point, and you can get closer to becoming a subject matter expert. The biggest problem being a legislator is you're a generalist. You have so many different bills coming across your desk. It's also what makes it exciting.
Yeah, it's like 400 maybe. Yeah.
Right. And you can take a day. I mean, 1 minute you'll be voting on oil and gas rules, and the next moment you'll be voting on protecting women's sports. And so it just kind of spans the gamut. And being on those committees is what allows you to become that, get that subject matter expertise. So I was always excited about getting rotated. At first, I complained about it a lot, but then I said, look, this is kind of interesting because you just rotate, you learn more about another subject. In terms of the work of the legislature, the composition of those committees is very important, because a failure of a bill in a committee is, in many instances, what kills a bill. Now, we called it smoking out a bill. There's a procedure, a motion, where if a bill fails in committee, it can be smoked out on the floor, we used to call it. And on a majority vote, the bill can be brought to the floor. That motion, I've probably brought it 10, 11 times. It very rarely passes.
I would have, yeah.
But so that means the committee is sort of the end all be all.
They're the gatekeepers of,
right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's why my perception is committees are pretty powerful. It's pretty important to be on them. And you're right, you become super knowledgeable about certain aspects. My favorite thing about watching your political career was the run, that short run against Liz Cheney. You're a Trump guy. Liz Cheney, comes out for impeachment for President-elect Trump at that time. You announced the candidacy against her, and you dropped out because you put office, country, state before Chuck Gray. Basically, you saw the path for Harriet Hagman. I thought it was a huge honorable thing to do. You don't normally see honorable things in politics. That was big. Walk us through that real quick in 21.
Well, thanks, Jake. I mean, when Liz Cheney did what she did, it was just so offensive and wrong, not super surprising, but got into that race. We were in it for about 5 months. We were getting momentum there in June and July. At the start, didn't have as much momentum as I would have liked, but we're really starting to kick there in that summer of 21. I met with President Trump. It was very generous. It was a great meeting. Ultimately, they decided to endorse Harriet Hagman. We knew that that endorsement was really pivotal to unifying conservatives. And one of the things we struggle with in the conservative movement is unifying during the primary period. And I just started reflecting after Congresswoman Hagman got the endorsement, just really saw the need to go ahead and drop out and and work to be one of the forces that would unify conservatives. And I think it worked out very well in terms of our state, because Congresswoman Hageman is providing real, responsive, conservative representation. I mean, just to give some of the slices of life of what she's doing on a day-to-day basis. I mean, that resource management plan, the way she's pushing back on what the feds are trying to do there, they want to shut down Wyoming, Harris, Biden. Now, granted, in 2.5 months, we're going to be in a great position. The problem is, if this record of decision comes for the resource management plan before President Trump takes office, it's very, very difficult to undo. And I'm just a bearer of bad news here. And that's one of the reasons I don't agree with that, but it's reality. And that's one of the reasons why I thought selling the Kelly parcel at this point in time, and you look at the testimony on that encouraged a record of decision being filed before the end of the Biden-Harris term. On top of the fact that you're selling the parcel to Biden-Harris, that to me was really problematic. And another example of some of the weaknesses of this gubernatorial administration. So Congressman Hageman's doing a great job. Town halls are great. I'm a huge town hall guy, as Leo said yesterday. I was wondering whether he was going to put that in the article. I got to text him because he said that I proclaim that I'm a huge public comment guy. Well, I am a huge public comment guy. We had 2 rounds of it in the canvassing board yesterday, and we've really pushed back whenever the governor wants to limit public comment on the State Board of Land Commissioners or the State Loan and Investment Board. One of the things I wanted to do, chairing the canvassing board this cycle, was I wanted to make that committee show the model of some of my theories on how a committee should be run, because being on committees in the legislature, the SLIB, the SBLC, I've developed a lot of things that best practices in my mind, but have never been able to chair before. So now I was able to implement a lot of those things. And one of the things that I think is really important is emphasizing the public comment. On top of, it really bothers me, and I think it bothers a lot of conservatives, when you're in the legislature or the SLIB or the SBLC and the elected officials are given precedence, meaning they're able to go first in the testimony. Well, we work for the people. The people should be going first, the citizens. And so I just did the order on how people raise their hands. And so I have a lot of theories on that, how to chair a committee. Maybe I should write a little pamphlet on it, I guess. Yeah. But I don't know. I've told Mark a lot of my ideas. Mark doesn't like, I'm a hard worker, and hard work is very important. But one of the things on committee work, too, is you have to be able to know when to take 15 minutes to reflect. Everybody just step away for a second, take a few minutes. And that's another thing that I think that I'm very passionate about, the placement of 15-minute breaks, because it's very important in running a meeting and getting good results. But yeah, Congresswoman Hageman's doing a wonderful job, Jake, and thanks for pointing that out. That was an interesting time in my life, and it ended up really working out, because those 5 months was able to meet a lot of people across the state. When you're doing a statewide campaign, it's totally different from running for legislature, which is exciting as well. But it's a very different campaign. Legislature, it's 1/60th when I was there. Now it's 1/62nd of the state. It's a very small door. If you're running a good campaign, you can talk to everybody in a 3-month cycle. It's that the districts are that small, especially in the population centers. Statewide, it's more difficult to do that. So it's about building sort of campaign organizations in each county, each community. And because we had built that in 2021, in 2022, when Ed Buchanan stepped aside at the last moment and decided not to run for re-election, was able to put my name in the hat, and we sort of had a campaign organization that had been built over that 5-month period during the congressional campaign. So it bore a lot of fruit. I've learned to really see that everything happens for a reason. God places these moments in our lives, and it's all for a reason.
That short race, we're talking to Secretary of State Chuck Gray, that short-term 5-month race against Liz Cheney where you did defer, you did bow out after Trump tapped Harriet Hageman. You saw the writing on the wall. You did what was best for the party. Trump would eventually tap you for Secretary of State, and Gray Chuck's been described by the Associated Press as one of Wyoming's most Trump-like legislators. He's a Trump guy.
It's a great description.
Yeah, 2022, you get into the office. You're now Secretary of State. You took over for essentially Ed Buchanan, but Carl Allred had a cup of coffee in there. What was the office like? Did Ed and Carl leave a whole bunch of stuff laying all around? And what does the Secretary of State do on day one?
Well, we've built a team here, and there was a lot of emphasis in articles. Leo did a lot of articles on it, and there was a lot of concern out there that the vacancies that had been that were there when we entered office, that was going to be a tremendous problem. Well, per what we were discussing earlier, I viewed it as a tremendous opportunity to bring in new energy and new passion. I mean, there was a lot of important work that had been done, but it's also an opportunity. And so we built a team in 2023. We worked on top of getting through the crossover bill, stopping crossover voting, which is something that I was really passionate about, and I think was a important election integrity reform, and really a landmark election integrity reform on top of the voter ID bill. But we built a team in 2023, and I think we saw late 23 and then across 24 that bearing fruit. But we had a lot of vacancies and worked hard and diligently to build that team. And I've enjoyed every single day in this role, being able to serve my neighbors, the people of Wyoming. Every day's been interesting, and I have no interest in ever taking a vacation. I mean, it's just, I just really love the work. I think it's engaging, and being part of something bigger than myself has always been motivating, and that's what we're doing every single day in the Wyoming Secretary of State's office.
One of the big responsibilities of SOS in the office is elections. You've said many, many, many times election integrity is super important. So let's address two of the issues in this election go around, starting with something that Wyoming has not normally seen a lot of, but maybe it's sneaking its ugly head into races. And that's outside influence. CTCL, Zuck Bucks talk about potential influence and money coming from outside of Wyoming, meddling in Wyoming politics. It's not fun.
Going back to 2020, you remember in that period, Zuckerberg put billions of dollars into election administration. And when they did this, these third-party grants, they said, it was going to be for COVID mitigation, sanitizer. Remember those silly barriers that they had? The silly barriers. They said they were going to pay for that. Masks. Well, 1% of those grants to clerks, recorders around the nation, secretaries of state offices, although our administration, I want to be very clear, has never and will never take any Zuck Bucks. But the jurisdictions that did, 1% was used for those COVID mitigation deals. The rest was done for a massive sort of ballot harvesting / turnout operation that was clearly one-sided. After the 2020 election, over 25 states passed bills banning this third-party interference in election administration. And this is one of the trends of the last decade in Wyoming, and I think it culminated here in this primary earlier this year. What was one of the only red states in the nation that was not able to bring through that bill? And I was a legislator when we first started trying. It was Wyoming, because there was a group over there in the legislature that teamed up with the Democrats and didn't want it. And so we've been working really hard to try to bring that bill to the finish line. We brought it as an idea to the Joint Corporations Committee, which is the jurisdiction committee for elections in 2023, which was our first interim. The interim is the period in between sessions. So we brought that before the committee. The committees in the interim meet 3 to 4 times over a 9-month period. And we said, look, we got to ban these Zuck bucks. 25 states have this, Jake. You look at a map of it, there's almost no other red state that has not banned Zuck bucks. The bill goes through unanimously in August of 23, unanimously. And then we get there in February of 24. It passes on a 61-0 vote on introduction. It gets referred to committee. I get up there, talk about why it's important in committee. 15 minutes later, there's a tabling motion and the bill's gone. No debate, really no discussion. It was very odd. And that's one of our big priorities for the 25 session, and we've got a lot of them, Jake. I mean, we have the potential to really move the ball on conservative priorities in this 25 session. I was talking about this in a speech the other day. I mean, what happened in the primary, I think, is very similar to what happened in the general election. I mean, the media was pushing out stories, story this, story that. But what really happened at the ballot box is people said, what are the results? What is happening on the ground? And the reality in Wyoming state politics, in terms of the primary, is that a lot of these conservative reforms, unfortunately, haven't gone through the legislature. I mean, I look back, I'm dusting off all the old bills I brought that weren't getting traction. One of the ones I was bringing back in 2018 was a bill to ban sanctuary cities and counties. Now, that should be a slam dunk. And then you tie it to the funding. You say, look, if one of these counties or jurisdictions does not follow the law, then they're not going to get any state funding, not a cent. I mean, because you have to tie it to something, because at the federal level, of course, a lot of these sanctuary cities and counties, the whole definition of it is that they're violating federal law. So just changing the state law in and of itself isn't enough. You have to have some mechanism to get them to do the right thing. So we said, look, they're not going to get a cent of state funds. Brought that bill, I think it was 3 times, started in, I think it was 2019, maybe it was 2018, was never able to get it through that legislature. Now, I know they're going to bring it in 25. And all these conservative bills, I mean, another one that I brought was citizen standing back in 2018. That was after a case, Carl Allred, actually, and a group of individuals sued the Capitol Rebuild Commission because they weren't following the constitutional provision about having a lowest common bid on construction at the Capitol. It's actually a provision in the Constitution. And the CMAR model they were using really didn't comport with that constitutional provision. Well, the state Supreme Court said in a very weird ruling that in their view, citizens did not have standing in those constitutional challenges. And that's really troubling, because then who does have standing,
right,
Jake? So we had a bill to assert that citizens did have standing to bring constitutional challenges in 2018, failed on the floor. There are so many examples, Jake, of these things. And the 25 session, I think, is a chance for us to really advance the ball on these conservative priorities.
A couple more issues before Zoom times us out. The whole election, Secretary of State has to make sure we run a spotless election. Wyoming's was pretty good, other than a Butterfingers in Fremont County who dropped a voter machine. and didn't kill it. I couldn't believe it. The thing kept working. Other than a Post-it stuck in another one. It was Weston County. Was this that big a deal, Senator Gray or Secretary Gray, that we had to call the sheriff's office in Weston County and find this county clerk? I understand county clerks better have that cell phone all night on Tuesday night, close by. But was this that big a deal, or was it just simply a mistake? What's going on in Weston County?
It was a pretty big deal, Jake. I think that one of the things on the headline yesterday, and I gotta text Mr. Jimmy on it. I gotta text Jimmy about this. I was texting Leo about it yesterday. I call him Mr. Jimmy. I hope he doesn't mind. Remember the Rolling Stones song, Mr. Jimmy?
Yes, it sounds right.
That's what I call Jimmy Orr.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope he doesn't mind. But, the headline yesterday, it made it sound like the count that was certified was the original count. It wasn't. It was corrected by the county canvassing board. But what happened on election night, I was in this room when we first saw it. It was a clear anomaly. You have 90% of the votes in Weston County returning and reported to our office, because we received the returns from the counties, as an undervote. And it just didn't make sense. So we're trying to get a hold of the county clerk. We had a theory within about 25 minutes of what was the cause of it, the cause of the anomaly, which was the county clerk prints the ballots. That is a duty of the county clerks. I would like them to send their ballots, their ballot proofs to us to review, to have another set of eyes on it. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen. State law doesn't require it. She had 3 different proofs of her ballot, which does happen sometimes. There are things in the first 2 versions that need to be changed, and so they they continue to proof the ballot. There would have been no issue if she hadn't used the first 2 versions of the ballot. She needed to use the last version, the version that was correct. And so what happened was the alignment was off, because in certain instances, certain precincts, they used the first version of the ballot. In certain instances, they used the second version. The third version was the one, when she printed her ballots, that was done correctly. And that was the cause of the error. It's a pretty big deal. And then when I called her on election night, she wasn't picking up. Got the sheriff on the phone. Luckily, he's one of the few sheriffs I have their cell phones. And Sheriff Colvard did a great job. We agreed, look, we need to find the county clerk. He found the county clerk. I got a call back at about 11:52, and the county clerk that evening said, we don't think there's any issue. We said, okay, let's come back tomorrow morning, talk about it more. We'll present you all the things that we think are happening here. Presented that on Wednesday morning. Then a few hours later, the county clerk comes back and submits a post-election audit to my office saying no issues were observed. Well, that representation, we're continuing to examine it, but you're supposed to be examining the CVR of the ballot, meaning the ballot image versus how the machine recorded the ballot. And later on, she resubmitted that post-election audit, but that original representation was incorrect. By Wednesday evening, she was beginning to come around to the fact that there was an issue. There was an analysis done. It was very clear at that point. And from the start, we insisted on an examination by the county canvassing board. And ultimately that happened. It was a hand examination of the ballots, and the media and WyoFile and all these different entities for 2 years, they've been saying we can never have a hand examination of the ballot. It can't be done. And then they say it's unconstitutional. Well, that went away in a matter of 24 hours. Procedure was written to be able to do it. It got done, and the count was corrected. But I think there's a lot of lessons from this. One, there needs to be more of an audit function from this office, from the state. I mean, the reality is the election code it's beautifully written, Jake. There's a provision at the start that says the Secretary of State is the chief election official for the state of Wyoming, and the clerks are the chief election officials for their counties. So you have from the start this check and balance, like our republic. And that's supposed to be sort of the guidepost for the election code. Well, I think it's moved too far in the other direction over the past decades. You have a canvassing board that is appointed by the clerk, and she can pretty much appoint anybody as long as the other two members are from the opposite party. So you have a 3-member county canvassing board with the clerk being one of the members, and then you have a Democrat that she's appointed and a Republican she's appointed. And that's who's examining the counts. You have to have some more checks there. And I think that's one of the lessons from this. When we identified it Tuesday night, it's because that one of the cultures of our office is to always be asking questions and to see that there's always room for improvement and that it's possible for mistakes to happen. Like one of the things that really bothers me about the media is how they say, oh, everything's fine. It's been one of their attacks on the Freedom Caucus. They say everything's fine. There's no need to address this issue, no need to address that issue. And then you see down the line that, in fact, these issues come to a head, that the conservative reform that conservatives wanted to put forward would be necessary. And whether it's protecting women's sports, I mean, you were talking about that 2 segments ago. I was listening on it on the way in. I mean, we were working on that from 2017 on. Zuck bucks. I mean, one of the things on stopping that third-party interference in elections, they said over and over again, this is not happening in Wyoming. And that was one of the reasons why they tabled that bill earlier this year. Well, then I show up to the county officers meeting in Rock Springs, and lo and behold, who has a desk, a booth at the county officers meeting? The Center for Tech and Civic Life, which is the main Zuck Bucks organization. And they said it could never happen in Wyoming. Well, same thing here. You have to be able to have these audits. You have to have those checks in place. And we did resolve the immediate issue. And I think that's very important to bring out. There was a hand examination of the county canvassing board because we asked for it. And they hand examined those 2 races that were affected and submitted the corrected counts, and that's what was certified yesterday. But we're continuing to examine the representations the county clerk made to our office, the conduct of the county clerk, which is very serious and troubling, and we're going to continue to do that.
I mean, voters in Wyoming, voters everywhere in the country have to have some level of confidence that their vote counts and is going to be counted, because once that starts eroding, that's troublesome. Other than the Weston County thing and some minor stuff, I think we did pretty well, though, but we can do better, and this guy's going to make sure we do better.
Thanks, Jake. We're going to keep improving. We're going to strengthen voter ID. We're going to ban drop boxes. We're going to have proof of residency and proof of citizenship for voting. Unfortunately, the governor vetoed our rulemaking last year to do that. I'd love to come on. I know you got to wrap up. Love to come on to talk more about that whole back and forth over the past 9 months with the governor. We have to have that proof of residency and proof of citizenship for voting. Only Wyomingites should be voting in Wyoming elections, period. And having those front end measures is so important. So I'm so excited about the 2025 session. Very energized. Love the work that we're able to do, and really love working to advance the interests of the state of Wyoming, and really appreciate my neighbors, the citizens of Wyoming, who have provided this opportunity, this moment in time to represent them.
Secretary Gray, we're going to have you on again, yes, to just tie up the whole election thing. And I do want to get into the Kelly parcel, because you point out some things where it is more than the headlines. It's more than just you disagreeing with the governor. I did not realize this bigger picture of doing business with the Biden administration and what it could mean long lasting for the new Trump administration, Trump 2. So that's important stuff and way complex to get into before the Zoom room bumps us out on time. But thank you, Chuck, for stepping in.
Thanks, Jake. Jake, you doing okay? I've been praying for your situation there.
Yeah, I'm fine. I got yeah. I got to go for cosmetic surgery to make me look even prettier tomorrow.
Okay.
But yeah, it's precancerous. They got it all out. We're good.
Okay.
I just don't look as great as I did a couple weeks ago. That's all.
Okay, well, keep me updated, okay?
You bet. Thank you.
All right, I'll see you soon. We'll look forward to coming back on.
For sure.
Great work. I've launched shows before. I know it's a lot of work and really appreciate it. But it's a labor of love. So
yeah,
I'm sure it's a moment in time in your life where it's just really exciting.
Yeah, but we're not in it for the money, and how hard it is just to press all the buttons and make it happen. So tell Mr. Jimmy that I need a raise. All right. Thanks, buddy.
I'll see you soon. Thanks.
All right. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, and thanks for stepping in. Boy, that's a huge coup this week. We had Rob Wallace on, and we had the Secretary of State on this week. So that's major. But we also ran right through the stop sign top of the hour for our news. And I think we bumped poor Mark Hines, who was trying to get in here and talk about his story. So let's get Wendy's news here and...
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. I'm Wendy Corr, bringing you stories from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom for Thursday, November 14th. The school district board in Powell committed Tuesday to lobby state legislators for a law that could prevent male transgender students from using girls' bathrooms. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the passage of the resolution came during a Tuesday evening board meeting in which members of the public and at least 2 state legislators packed the room.
It's kind of like throwing the school district to the wolves, because if the district has this policy that, for instance, butts up against Biden's interpretation of Title IX, it would have to defend that. And so what they chose to do instead of just make a bathroom policy was they resolved to lobby the legislature for a statewide bathroom law.
A group for parents in the district announced Wednesday that there had been an issue of a male using the girls' bathroom in one of the schools. Superintendent Jay Curtis has said, however, that the district doesn't have evidence of that. Wyoming senior U.S. Senator John Barrasso has cemented his role as one of the leading voices in the new Republican majority Senate. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that Barrasso was elected majority whip on Wednesday, which is the assistant majority leader.
This is the number 2 leadership position in the Senate, number 2 within the Republican Party, and the Republican Party has the majority now in the Senate as a result of last week's election.
Barrasso was reelected in Wyoming earlier this year by a landslide margin in both the primary and general elections. Well, in some parts of Wyoming, elk herds have ballooned well above the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's recommended population objectives. While that's good news for hunters, those growing elk numbers have also attracted more mountain lions to the area, according to outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
On the hunting forums, I've noticed a lot of folks who just went out deer hunting or elk hunting and ended up shooting a mountain lion instead, which is fine. If they're in an area where it's legal mountain lion hunting area and they have a mountain lion tag, why not take that opportunity? The larger topic here is, does our mountain lion population, does it warrant maybe higher quotas for mountain lions?
Once a certain number of the big cats have been killed in a hunting area, hunting there is shut down regardless of how many days are left in the official season or how many hunters are left holding unfilled tags. I'll be back with more news right after this.
This Thanksgiving, many of our homeless neighbors will come to us hungry, cold, and in need of hope. Wyoming Rescue Mission offers a lifeline for just $2.50 more than fill a plate. It's not just food you're giving, it's the first step toward recovery, job training, and a brighter future. With your help, we can change lives, one meal at a time. This season, let's serve up hope. Please donate today at wyomission.org. That's WYO mission.org.
3 University of Wyoming volleyball players, plus student athletes from surrounding universities and a team coach, sued the Mountain West Conference on Wednesday. They claimed the conference stealth-edited its rules to limit their speech and push them into competing with a transgender athlete that plays for San Jose State University. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that according to the lawsuit, on September 27th, just as the second of 4 schools was canceling matches against San Jose, the Mountain West Conference authored a rule saying those cancellations would count as losses.
The data for this post that you can locate online indicates that it was made that day, allegedly. So they're saying, oh, it looks like this rule was stealth edited on the Mountain West Conference rules and just perfectly to address what to do if a school cancels on a transgender player.
The lawsuit follows weeks of controversy over San Jose State University's inclusion of a transgender outside hitter, Blair Fleming, who's currently ranked as the team's top scorer. And the last of 4 consecutive supermoons will dominate the night skies over Wyoming on Friday. November's full moon, also known as the Beaver Moon, is a sight worth seeing. It's the last of 4 consecutive supermoons that started with the Blue Sturgeon supermoon in August, and there won't be another one for almost a year, according to Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi.
It's just a phenomenon of how the Earth and the sun and the moon line up to deliver a moon that's literally bigger and brighter than it otherwise would be. But it comes in cycles. So the supermoon that we're going to see on Friday is the last supermoon that we're going to see until next October, just because the Earth moves and the moon moves and they move different relative to each other.
Anyone warm and sharp-eyed enough to stay out later might also see a fireball or two from the Leonids and Northern Taurus meteor showers as well. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, back to the show, 8:24 on this Thursday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Big thanks for him being on. And despite running long with that interview, we still didn't get to something that I thought was very interesting. Chuck is on that 5-person committee that decided what to do with the Kelly parcel. And if you go back to think about last week's news, or was it this week? I can't remember when we even decided that. All the days run together for me, but it was recently that the notion would be to sell the Kelly parcel to the feds for $100 million. And the deal was kind of done somewhat hastily and perhaps off committee by Governor Gordon, who saw a brief window, a limited opportunity to make the deal. And part of that committee, one member, Megan Degenfelder, Superintendent of Public Instruction, was a little shocked by the news, saying, hey, I thought we were a committee, number one. And number two, I kind of had a deal cooking with oil and gas land in the Powder River Basin. So it's news to me the governor has gone ahead and done this. So when it came to a vote, it was 3-2 with Degenfelder against the $100 million sale to Grand Teton National Park, along with Chuck Gray. And the perception, I guess, without hearing from Chuck, was either Chuck agreed with Megan that there may be another deal more lucrative, or he was just using the opportunity to continue what can appear to be a personal feud against Governor Gordon. But now we learn more about his relationship with the governor, and we learn, I think, had some real key insight as to why Chuck Gray voted in opposition of that sale. And it has some to do with the idea that, hey, you don't make a deal with the Biden administration, number one, but the long-range implications of the message it sends to, and again, this is all politics, isn't it? It always is. It's never actually about, the 640 acres in Grand Teton National Park or bordering the park. It's bigger than that. It's political. And so to not try to put words in Secretary Gray's mouth, we'll let him explain it. Hopefully we'll have him on again next week and more explore that whole Kelly parcel thing, because there's more to it. More to it. Let's get into the Zoom room and get our own cowboy take on life. It's Kevin Meyer. What's going on, Kevin?
Good morning. How are you, Jake?
I'm good. Just trying to juggle it all this morning. trying to catch my breath. Been busy morning. We had Rob Wallace, former big-time Trump administration guy, on yesterday, and we had Secretary of State Chuck Gray on now. So you got tough acts to follow here, cowboy.
Yeah, you're kind of slumming it now.
Yeah, all the way down the totem pole till we get to just a regular old working. We got to play your music. Just getting down to this saddle bum.
Always on the run. Cowboy, hippie, hippie high.
Yeah, just a saddle bum out of Douglas, Mance Creek horse guy, Kevin Meyer. He grew up on ranches in Wyoming. He's parlayed riding the range to riding high money horses, man, training them and getting them ready for big. What's the most expensive horse flesh you got on your property right now?
We've got one that we've been offered 6 figures for.
What?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Okay. I don't know if I can hang out with you anymore. But maybe maybe Chuck Gray and Rob Wallace will have to step up their game if they want to hang out with guys like you. Holy mackerel.
Shoot, I tell you what, that was, I just caught the end of it, and I'll listen to the podcast this afternoon, but that was a really great interview that you just got done with Secretary Gray.
Yeah, Chuck can talk, and that's not a problem. I love some of the things he's done for the state. He's a passionate guy about politics. I'm not, but he is all in, man, for sure. And he's a big Trump guy. Trump, by the way, another big Trump guy or gal is Kristi Noem. I'm a big fan of Kristi Noem and everything she's done over there in our neighbor state, South Dakota. You're not far from South Dakota. You could practically lasso South Dakota from where you are at the home ranch. What's your take on Kristi Noem and her being tapped to be the head of Homeland Security? You like that appointment? Does it factor into your brain at all? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I've always really liked her. I like how she handled COVID in her state.
Yeah.
Obviously, coming from a ranching, farming background, we have kind of a connection on how we think about things. And obviously, I kind of listen to a lot of political stuff and podcasts and whatnot. And it really gave me a chuckle there earlier this year when it was a national disaster that she put down a dog.
That was huge. Oh, my.
Well, and that goes back to a conversation that you and I had a couple weeks ago, that this is not one country, because there was very few people in the West and zero people from an ag background or a hunting background with dogs that was offended by what happened with that dog.
Yeah.
Having said that, I don't know how that one got slipped past the goalie. Was there no one editing that book that said this might not be good for your political future?
Yeah. I don't know when she wrote. We're talking about Kristi Noem, her memoirs that came out in a book. I don't know when it is she wrote it and when it is that it was published and whether she was already far along in her political career. But yes, when you're governor or have aspirations to be a governor, obviously, and your name is on a short list of potential vice presidential candidates, this is not something you can have hanging around in a book because it could be portrayed. And that's, putting your own family pet down by shooting it yourself. Like, yeah, somebody had to be an adult chaperoning that whole process. She needs perhaps a press agent. I don't know. But yeah, it didn't play well outside of Wyoming.
But on the other hand, I kind of came up with an alternative theory about this. Her name was getting bandied about for a lot of higher political offices. And I almost wondered that she didn't put that in there, knowing that if she got tagged to be the vice president and everybody gets to digging up dirt, they're going to come out with stuff. And so maybe she put that out there just kind of as a feeler to see how things were going to react. And really, in the end, she's still climbing the ladder in government, and she's getting a very big and important office now. And I think she's really going to do a good job at that, because that has become an issue for all Americans, not just the Americans on the border. And to get kind of a Western and Midwestern and more ag-based set of eyes and attitude on that office, rather than usually it's lifelong bureaucrats or someone who's been in the government a long time. I think it's going to be kind of refreshing to see a new set of eyes on this.
Yeah, and Trump did that his first time around. He said he was going to empty the swamp and put people like himself, who weren't necessarily lifelong politicians and bureaucrats. You're right. And perhaps Governor Noem intentionally had, maybe it was her intention to either get out ahead of a story or say, you know, she's always been, this is unabashedly me. This is who I am. I take a flamethrower. I get a flamethrower for Christmas from my staff. I ride the lead Harley in the Sturgis rally that I'm going to let happen in my state, no matter COVID or not. You know, she's a cowgirl. Like, she's like, this is me. And that's always been her style. So maybe she has no problem with this. Like, it's better, you know, now who I am than find out, you know, some other way or secretly. Remember the Alaska woman who was high up in politics, and she had old history tear her. Sarah Palin had old history come up and tear her whole world down. Yeah. Yeah, it may be, Christine. So, Governor Noem, if you would like to contact either me or Kevin to be your campaign manager on the next step, I mean, I'm all for POTUS, right? A presidential run for 48. I'm all for POTUS 4-8, Christy Noem. So Kevin and I will lead that campaign.
Either her or Tulsi Gabbard. I think either one of those would be a great person to kick up to the next level.
Today in the news, Mark Hines had that story about an elk hunter, an outfitter who just, you know, every time he heads into the back country, he's got a mountain lion tag in his pocket just in case, because he's seen more and more of them. Our mountain lion population's growing to the point where it's crushing the mule deer herd, which is down statewide. And then yesterday, we thought we saw what looked like a wolverine crossing the road. What it made me think of, what have you seen out there? You spent miles and miles and miles looking at the world between a set of horses' ears. What are some of the weirdest, rarest stuff you've seen out there, wildlife-wise, or anything else?
Well, I've actually seen a wolverine in a part of the state that supposedly they weren't in, and I'm sure it was just one passing through. But I absolutely saw a wolverine one day, and that was kind of a double take moment. And of course, I didn't have a cell phone with me, so no camera, no nothing. So I guess everyone's just going to have to take my word for it. But I've seen enough bears in my life that I know what a bear runs like and looks like. And this was definitely a wolverine.
Yeah. I thought, the way it runs.
I also saw wolves in parts of the state that there weren't supposed to be wolves long before the wolves were supposed to be there. One of the kind of creepiest things was I had this ranch leased, and as I was riding around, I kept hearing a bird, and I could not figure out what this bird was. It was just kind of a weird little chirp. And then one day I was looking on the internet, and there was a video from a game camera in California, and a mountain lion comes into view of that camera, opens its mouth, and makes this chirping noise.
Yeah.
And I had heard that chirping noise so many times, and a chill ran up my back because I don't know how close they were to me, but it was always kind of in a rocky area where there's plenty of places for them to hide.
Yeah.
And I had come across dead mule deer. In fact, one of them was such a fresh kill that I must have scared the lion off of it, because the blood was still bright red where he'd gotten killed. And so, yeah, there's a lot of lions around that you just don't see them that much. But as they're getting bolder and bolder, and they're starting to realize that the elk population is like all you can eat buffet to them.
Yeah. I can just picture you out there with your field glasses and your butterfly net trying to catch that elusive bird and prove to the this big old 100-pound mountain lion standing around the corner.
We're going to need a bigger net.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard mountain lions make, some people say they can scream like a woman being tortured or a mother in labor. They can make some weird sounds. And you've seen wolves, mountain lions, bears, obviously. I've mentioned to people bears when you're a horseback, the old adage, how do you tell if it's a black bear or a grizzly bear? And the black bear will climb up the tree after you. The grizzly will just snap it at the base and catch you when you fall out. The other way is if you're a horseback, your horse will usually let you know whether that's juvenile, subadult black bear or a grizz. Horses have a good indicator. They have a good feel for what kind of bear they've encountered. You ever seen that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When I was working for an outfitter up just off the southeast corner of Yellowstone, up by Pendergraft Peak, I saw a lot of grizzly bear, and I don't know that I ever packed an elk out. If we had to leave it overnight, I don't know that I ever packed one out that there wasn't a bear on. So we saw a lot, and it was really funny. Those horses and mules, you're exactly right. If it was a young bear, even a young grizzly bear, those horses were not that worried about it. But if all of a sudden your horse and your mule string suddenly got real nervous, you knew there was a big brewing somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's the best trained horse. It's hard to keep under you and hard to keep them collected. They know it. That's for sure. So, yeah, that's pretty neat. You know what else I've seen in the backcountry, and I'm sure you have, is took me a little while to figure out, was a badger sitting atop of his hole and a coyote right there near him. They're both just, is this a showdown? And the two actually work in cooperation with what they do sometimes. It's odd. Have you ever seen those two hanging out?
I've never seen it in person, but I've seen videos of a badger and a coyote hunting mice, kind of. And I know I wouldn't call it together, but they were absolutely cooperating with each other.
Yeah. It's a neat thing. All right, completely shifting gears. Tomorrow night, old man Iron Mike Tyson is going to fight Jake Paul in an interdisciplinary sport. You got one guy who's old school boxer and another guy who's like UFC. I don't even know what Jake Paul is. Are you heavily invested in this personally? Are you putting down your bets in Las Vegas? How do you see this going down? Mike Tyson, the aging boxer, long retired, against Jake Paul, this upstart who thinks he's going to beat up the old man.
Well, I'm about the same age as Mike Tyson, and so I remember his career from the get-go, and I can remember a bunch of us throwing our money together, money we really didn't have, to buy a pay-per-view, and that happened to be the Spinks fight that lasted about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, and young people now, they don't realize just how absolutely dominant and terrifying Mike Tyson was as a youngster. And so Jake Paul, you said that you weren't quite sure what he was. Well, I'll tell you what he is. He's a genius.
Oh, marketing genius or a fighting genius?
He's not. He is kind of now a trained boxer, but I've seen him do pro wrestling, do cage fighting. He boxes these over the hill gang, and he gets huge paydays for him. Now, I don't know if he would be competitive if he actually went in with some contemporary boxers.
Yeah.
But this fight strikes me as an oddity, because usually as a young man, if you were to get into a fight with an old man, you lose either way, because if you beat him up, everyone says, well, look at you, tough guy, beating up an old man.
Yeah.
But if you lose, then everyone's going to laugh at you for the rest of your life because you got beat up by an old man. Well, Mike Tyson is probably one of the few people on earth that does not affect, because I know he's old and he's probably slowed down a little bit, but golly, I got to think he still has a dangerous right hand.
Yeah, if you walk into one and he catches you right, he's still got the power. Does he have at that age the endurance? I think this, if it goes long, that's Jake Paul's advantage. But I don't know. So if you're gonna place your bet, and you're probably going to place it in Bitcoin because you're all about cryptocurrency, I think.
Oh, you know me so well, Jake.
I know. Tell me who you're going to go for. You got to bet.
You know what? It might just be nostalgia, or it might be that I am the worst gambler in the history of gambling. But I'm going to go with the old man. I'm going with Iron Mike Tyson.
All right. You are going to bet in Bitcoin. I wanted, for no real reason, I wanted to get a cowboy take on cryptocurrency. I was talking about it the other day. It's in the news with the new Trump 2 administration, digital assets, cryptocurrency, blockchain, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, all that stuff is probably going to get in the news again and become big again. I don't know what Bitcoin is. I don't even know how I would go about obtaining any or spending it. It's just baffling to me. Where are you with the whole cryptocurrency? Are you on this? Are you on the cusp, on the forerunner of Bitcoin, or are you as baffled as I am by it?
Well, I know a little bit about it, just enough to be dangerous.
Yeah.
And so, again, going back to my gambling career, I'm staying away from it. But there is a parallel between Bitcoin and the cow business.
Really?
Because I watch those Bitcoin investors, and one day they are filthy rich, and then the next day Bitcoin falls completely out and you're absolutely broke. And that's no different than going and buying a bunch of yearlings and putting them on grass. You go buy them at $2 a pound, and then the market gets up to $3, and you think, well, I'm going to hold on to them for another month. And then the next month it drops to 75 cents a pound. So all those Bitcoin investors, all they're doing is running a different kind of digital cattle, I guess.
Yeah.
And the thing that I do not understand about it, the Bitcoin thing I can kind of understand, is it was come up by that Japanese mathematician, and you had to mine for it.
Yeah.
All these other coins just seem to come out of thin air. And to me, all they're doing is trading imaginary money, and you and I just agree that we're going to believe in this imaginary money.
Right. Which is the whole premise really of blockchain. You and I and the village and everyone in the blockchain agrees that this is the deal. Like, you all have to come into agreement. And yeah, with something like Bitcoin or outside of Bitcoin, it has to be an agreement that this is. But you know what? You could say the same thing about the dollar. We all have to agree the dollar is worth that because it's not backed by gold. So it all seems to be imaginary when you talk about Bitcoin and the whole deal. Awesome analysis, though, to tie it in with the beef growers industry, because I didn't think about that. What a gamble it is to be a rancher, especially when you consider your product obviously is tied to the market. You can only get what the market says you can bear. But unlike, let's say, a corn crop or some, something you're growing, you can't put the cow in a silo until you like the prices better. It is what it is when you go to ship, right?
Yeah. Every day you have them, they are costing you money somehow in some way.
Yeah. Never thought about that. Man, we're learning a lot of stuff. Kevin Meyer tying Bitcoin in with the beef industry. Perfect. I would expect no less of you. All right. Now you've elevated yourself to the level of Secretary of State. And you're also the campaign manager for Governor Kristi Noem. now the head of Homeland Security. Should she have aspirations for the White House, she can get her advice from you and Douglas, I would imagine. We'll give her your email.
And I think that would really be a good idea on her part.
Yeah.
You know, that would, I'm still waiting for my check from the Wyoming Tourism Board, because on my podcast, I keep telling everybody how much the wind blows.
You do. And that's...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I want to make sure everybody knows how long and cold the winters are and how windy it is here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yes. Well, Diane Schober's probably not ready to cut you a check, but I am. Yeah, let's tell the rest of the world Wyoming's cold and windy. We're only just getting started November 14th, and yeah, it's 12 months of winter in Wyoming. Cold and blowing. You don't want to come here.
There's an old saying, kind of joke that people used to say, yeah, we have 4 seasons. We have early winter, midwinter, late winter, and next winter.
Yes, very true. I heard Nebraska's nice. Wyoming's full. That's our campaign motto. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, man, it's great to have you on. That's Kevin Meyer with the horse take, the cowboy take, making horse sense of the world. We got to clear the Zoom room for our next guest today, 8:45. I have, I got somebody. I forget who it is. Let me take a quick break, get things set up again. It's been a fast-moving morning. I can barely keep up. We'll be right back. We're back at it, 8:50, 10 in front of the hour, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. So good to have you along with us this morning. Sorry, I have not been checking our comments section. Usually I try to, check out the Facebook, see if anybody's commenting. Usually it's just people telling me where I can go. We get good directions from our commenters. Good morning, Don Day. Miss you. Oh, Mary Murphy says, hi, Don Day. She misses you. Don Day was on this morning. First thing we asked our weather guy was, what about this Dust Bowl thing from the 1930s? Could that ever happen again? Don took it all in stride. I knew he would. There's not a question you can't ask our meteorologist, Don Day, that's going to trip him up. He's ready for anything. If it is even the remotely weather-related, Don Day is ready to give commentary. And I just ambushed him this morning. I said, what about this Dust Bowl thing? Yesterday, I meant to ask you, because yesterday in Wyoming history, November 13th, 1932 or something, was the first of the major dust storms that began the whole Dust Bowl era of the early 1930s. And it was serious business, like topsoil blowed off of everything, every open field west of the Mississippi, and blew all the way to the East Coast where they had brown rain and black skies. I mean, it was a major weather event ongoing for years, the Dust Bowl. I mean, I wasn't there, But I've read the books. I've seen the video. So I asked Don Day, could we ever have another Dust Bowl era anymore? And he said, well, weather repeats itself. Could be. Assuming we have better farming practices and assuming it wasn't farming practices that had led to the Dust Bowl, assuming it was all weather and climate related. And Don Day did say the 30s were one of the warmer decades we've experienced. Maybe we'll have another Dust Bowl era. Hopefully not. And then we asked Don whether Florida's getting another hurricane, just to keep him on his toes, and Don was ready for that one too. He also said across the state today, expect mostly sunny conditions, mild, nice weather with a few windy spots in the state. Let's get into this story from Renee Jean, our resident scientist who understands stuff like this. I know just enough to be worried about this story, and that's about it. Renee Jean's story, carbon storage planned under Wyoming's historic C.B. Irwin Ranch and other properties. There's a collective of ranchers that are getting together, a group of ranchers, including C.B. Irwin Ranch, which is famed because it was the place where Steamboat, and if you don't know who Steamboat is, my goodness, you got to get up to date. If you live in the state of Wyoming and you don't know who Steamboat is, come on, get on board, get up to speed. That's the bucking horse that's on everybody's license plate. It's a bucking horse you see everywhere, used in marketing. Steamboat is the most famed bucking horse. Come off the C.B. Irwin Ranch, by the way. That ranch, along with a few others, collectively, together, we're talking about 102,000 acres. And these ranchers have gotten together and have offered for money, of course, to store carbon dioxide emissions underneath their ranches. Now, this can't be done everywhere in the world. You need unique situations going on under the land, situations you'll find in Wyoming. South Dakota has also this kind of, well, it's not topography. What is it when it's underground? Topography? Undergraphy. Undergraphy. I just coined my own phrase. The underground situation is just right. What is called pore space, P-O-R-E, like in your skin pores. What is called pore space in oil and gas lingo is the perfect underground garage, a place where you would park carbon dioxide emissions. And that's become, the new hot topic really in oil and gas extraction, where you're talking about carbon capture. I can't help to think, with my limited knowledge on the subject, of all the potential bad things that happen when you shove carbon dioxide under the ground. Oh, let's put all this carbon dioxide. It's almost as bad as taking the nuclear waste, the spent radium rods, and saying, yeah, we'll store them in Wyoming. What could possibly go wrong shoving a whole bunch of carbon dioxide under the ground? Well, for one thing, the water table's down there. Our drinking water is down there. And I say the same thing to the fracking industry. I'm really nervous about shoving stuff into underneath the ground. Let's get into Jake's take.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
Am I the only one that worries about carbon dioxide emissions, gases, and oil and gas and fracking, all this shoving forcefully fluid or carbon dioxide and storing it underground? It seems unnatural to me. And underground is where we keep our drinking water, primarily. So I'm a little freaked out about this. Maybe Renee Jean can make it go down a little better. Here's Renee talking with our own Wendy Court. Let me get my Zoom room off of here. Here's Renee.
The number of places in the world that have the right geology to store carbon dioxide underground are limited. One of those places is in Wyoming, and it lies far below another special place, the C.B. Irwin Ranch, where famed rodeo bronc Steamboat used to run. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the owner of the C.B. Irwin belongs to a coalition of 20 neighboring ranches who've come together in a company called Meriden Carbon, which wants to attract companies interested in parking their carbon dioxide emissions underground for long-term storage.
They were being approached by companies that wanted to lease their pore space. These would be like geologic formations that have the special qualities that would allow them to not only inject carbon dioxide down there, but keep it in place so it doesn't migrate elsewhere. It is adding a secondary revenue source for these ranchers who need that to continue to be farmers.
Geologic storage of carbon dioxide has been seen by some as one way to fight back and extend the life of coal-fired power plants by capturing all the carbon dioxide emissions and storing them underground, making the businesses essentially CO2 emissions free.
All right. I mean, I get that aspect. I'm all for Wyoming ranchers and the ranching community in general to find other sources of revenue. The ranching life is not easy. And Cowboy Kevin will tell you that. Anybody will tell you that. It's not easy being a Wyoming rancher. And long ago, cows stopped paying the bills for the most part. Unless you have a huge spread, you know, the 4-6s, or unless you're a major cattle ranch, it's difficult to turn a profit pushing cows. And our friend Kelly Lockhart and the Lockhart Ranch, I think they're doing pretty good, but it's still, you know, it's subject to weather and the market whims, and there's nothing easy about pushing cows. It's a labor of love getting into the beef industry. So for these ranchers to find another source of revenue, I totally get it. That sounds great. The way ranches have done it has seemed to work economically better than pushing cows. Inviting dudes from back east to visit Wyoming ranches, that was profitable and a good way to expand beyond the cattle industry for many ranches in Wyoming. And now apparently the new way to remain viable as a ranch is to store carbon under your ground. It is, am I being too OG with this? Am I being too old school? Am I being too worrisome, glass half empty guy? But I just can't help to think what could possibly go wrong with injecting a whole bunch of carbon dioxide under the ground, gassing up the water table. What could possibly go wrong? I don't know, an explosion. You might not want to smoke on these ranches, maybe. Does carbon dioxide explode? I don't know what it does. But now you're going to have cows that are already being blamed for global warming with their farting. Oh, sorry about that. Where's my, I should have a fart sound effect so I don't have to do it with my mouth.
Sorry about that.
It's a bunch of cows sitting around. You know that scene in Blazing Saddles where all the cowboys are around the campfire and they're all eating beans and they all start up? That reminds me of, your typical cattle ranch, and all these bovine are, and that leads to global. Now the cows can just blame it on the carbon capture going on. They can just say, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. That was the carbon capture onto the ground that's caused global warming. That wasn't me. Yeah, I don't know. Great story from Renee Jean. I'm glad she brought it to my attention, but my attention says this doesn't sound good. Let's get to Wendy Core's news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Thursday, November 14th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday, Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols takes you deeper into the stories that matter and keeps up with the news, weather, and sports in your part of Wyoming. Just tune in to cowboystatedaily.com in the conversation. 3 University of Wyoming volleyball team players, plus student athletes from surrounding universities and a team coach, sued the Mountain West Conference on Wednesday. They claimed the conference stealth-edited its rules to limit their speech and push them into competing with a transgender athlete. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 4 schools to date have canceled volleyball matches against San Jose State University over concerns about pitting women against Blair Fleming, the school's transgender outside hitter. According to the lawsuit filed Wednesday, on September 27th, just as the second of those 4 schools was canceling, the Mountain West Conference authored a rule saying those cancellations would count as losses.
The data for this post that you can locate online indicates that it was made that day. Right as the drama is unfolding, boom, here comes a rule that fully addresses it, allegedly. So they're saying, oh, it looks like this rule was stealth edited on the Mountain West Conference rules and just perfectly to address what to do if a school cancels on a transgender player.
The lawsuit follows weeks of controversy over San Jose University's inclusion of a transgender outside hitter, Blair Fleming, who's currently ranked as the team's top scorer. Although there were few surprises in the results of Wyoming's general election last week, Secretary of State Chuck Gray claimed at the Wyoming State Canvassing Board meeting on Wednesday that a number of issues popped up on election night, including a major miscount of votes in Weston County. Despite those issues, Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that Gray still recommended certifying the election.
Now, it's important to note that that miscount was cleared up and that it was identified before the results in Weston County were certified on a local level. They did a hand count to get those votes correctly, but it became a major topic of discussion nevertheless. And there was numerous Weston County residents who testified virtually and requested that the board not certify the results until more investigation takes place into what occurred there. But the board still unanimously voted to certify the results.
The Electoral College will certify Wyoming's votes on December 17th. The number of places in the world that have the right geology to store carbon dioxide underground are limited. One of those places is in Wyoming, and it lies far below another special place, the C.B. Irwin Ranch, where famed rodeo bronc Steamboat used to run. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the owner of the C.B. Irwin belongs to a coalition of 20 neighboring ranches who've come together in a company called Meriden Carbon, which wants to attract companies interested in parking their carbon dioxide emissions underground for long-term storage.
They were being approached by companies that wanted to lease their pore space. These would be like geologic formations that have the special qualities that would allow them to not only inject carbon dioxide down there, but keep it in place so it doesn't migrate elsewhere. It is adding a secondary revenue source for these ranchers who need that to continue to be farmers.
Geologic storage of carbon dioxide has been seen by some as one way to fight back and extend the life of coal-fired power plants by capturing all the carbon dioxide emissions and storing them underground, making the businesses essentially CO2 emissions free. After an aggressive construction schedule, the swinging bridge over the Snake River on Teton County Road 2210 is open 9 months earlier than anticipated. The new double-lane bridge, which really doesn't swing, replaced the aging single-lane steel truss bridge that crossed the Snake River south of Jackson. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that completing the $10.3 million project will be a welcome change for residents who've been using a detour to get across the river for the last year.
It's called Swinging Bridge because it's on Swinging Bridge Road, and that road was named for the original Swinging Bridge, which was the first bridge to cross the Snake River in 1938. That bridge is long gone. Technically, it's the Swinging Bridge Road Bridge, but everyone calls it the Swinging Bridge, even though it doesn't swing. It's concrete and steel, so that's not going anywhere for at least 70 years.
Swinging Bridge Road had been closed since October of 2023, so the bridge could be removed and replaced. Construction on the new bridge began in April, and while it's open to traffic now, work will continue into 2025. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
It'll be a fairly quiet stretch of weather today and tomorrow across the Cowboy State. We're going to wrap up the week with generally dry conditions. It'll be breezy. Temperatures will be up a little today, down slightly tomorrow, but well within normal averages for mid-November, which means highs in the 40s and 50s, lows at night in the 20s. So for high school football, anybody headed to the border war Friday evening in Fort Collins, the weather should be pretty good. We'll see some changes this weekend. It starts Friday night and Saturday up north and in the west. Western Wyoming and far northern Wyoming near the Idaho-Montana borders. We'll start to see some snow and rain shower activity overnight Friday, turning the snow showers early Saturday, while the rest of the state this weekend will be a little bit cooler.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
Open enrollment is here. Discover a range of low-cost plans from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Shop now to find the best option for you. Online, in town, in touch. We're right around the corner. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. What's your plan?
The school district board in Powell committed Tuesday to lobby state legislators for a law that could prevent male transgender students from using girls' bathrooms. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the passage of the Park County School District 1 resolution on student restroom use came during a Tuesday evening board meeting in which members of the public and at least 2 state legislators packed the room.
It's kind of like throwing the school district to the wolves, because if the district has this policy that, for instance, butts up against Biden's interpretation of Title IX, it would have to defend that. And so what they chose to do instead of just make a bathroom policy was they resolved to lobby the legislature for a statewide bathroom law.
A group for parents in the district announced Wednesday that there had been an issue of a male using the girls' bathroom in one of the schools. Superintendent Jay Curtis has said, however, that the district does not have evidence suggesting that transgender students are using bathrooms that don't align with their sex. Wyoming senior U.S. Senator John Barrasso has cemented his role as one of the leading voices in the new Republican majority Senate. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that Barrasso was elected majority whip on Wednesday, which is the assistant majority leader.
This is the number 2 leadership position in the Senate, number 2 within the Republican Party, and the Republican Party has the majority now in the Senate as a result of last week's election. He said there's going to be kind of a new bold agenda that's coming to Capitol Hill, where they're going to try to lower prices and crack down on immigration and bring a number of other reforms that Republicans around the country have asked for.
Barrasso was reelected in Wyoming earlier this year by landslide margins in both the primary and general elections. A 15-year-old boy who's accused of shooting into 2 North Casper homes in August pleaded not guilty in Natrona County District Court on Wednesday. Marquise Heyman allegedly told friends, "I hope I killed one," after the incident on August 12th, according to Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck.
His family was there in support, and his brother that was sitting a couple rows behind him told him as he was leaving the courtroom, "We love you." He told me that he believed that his brother was innocent, but now his brother is facing 2 serious aggravated assault charges with those weapons. And the judge denied reducing his bail, and his $100,000 cash was put on the second charge that he faces.
Heyman is charged with a multitude of misdemeanors and felonies, including aggravated assault and battery, property destruction and defacement, and reckless endangering. And in some parts of Wyoming, elk herds have ballooned well above the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's recommended population objectives. While that's good news for hunters, those growing elk numbers have also attracted more mountain lions to the area. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke to one hunter who went on his elk hunt prepared for just such an encounter.
On the hunting forums, I've noticed a lot of folks who just went out deer hunting or elk hunting and ended up shooting a mountain lion instead, which is fine if they're in an area where it's legal mountain lion hunting area and they have a mountain lion tag. Why not take that opportunity? So I spoke to one gentleman who did do that last month. He did take the opportunity to shoot a nice big mountain lion. And he said once they cleared it with Game and Fish, they took it back to hunting camp and they ate it, fed a lot of people, so it is really good meat. The larger topic here is, does our mountain lion population, does it warrant maybe higher quotas for mountain lions?
Mountain lions are hunted on a quota system in Wyoming. That means that once a certain number of the big cats have been killed in a hunting area, hunting there is shut down, regardless of how many days are left in the official season or how many hunters are left holding unfilled tags. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. And don't forget to drop in on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols, Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
We're back, and let's get into that Zoom room, and it's Renee Jean. We've got a couple of stories to talk about with Renee, beginning with, this whole global warming, climate change thing. We wanted to blame it on cows passing gas. Turns out we might be able to blame it on the ranchers storing gas underneath the ground. I can't even get my mind around this. What's going on with your story today? Carbon capture. We hear about that term all the time. Carbon emissions capture. Can we really store carbon dioxide under the ground?
Well, we can, Jake. And Wyoming's been a leader in the research of verifying that with the right geologic conditions, with the right types of rock, we can keep carbon dioxide stored underground in these large subterranean chambers. You have to have the right kind. It has to be the right rocks. And North Dakota's EERC has also been studying this for decades. So these states that have oil and gas, they've been leaders in this research. And that's not because of greenies or environmentalists or anything like that. That's because the oil and gas industry is interested in this process. Carbon dioxide can be used for enhanced oil recovery. You can inject it down whole. It'll help bring some more oil out. A lot of that carbon dioxide stays down there. So figuring out the parameters of when carbon dioxide sequestration works and how it works, that's been important to the industry, and that's why we have so much knowledge about it. The other thing I think that gets lost in the shuffle is, if we can figure out how to capture the emissions and store them, well, then you don't have as much pressure on our coal industry. They have a way to produce net zero carbon power, maybe even net negative if they can find, if they take others' carbon dioxide and sequester it, then they're putting more carbon dioxide underground than they are taking and putting out with their processes. Another thing I want to address, I saw this in a lot of comments about groundwater. They don't inject this into the groundwater. The chambers that hold these are well below the groundwater table. We're talking multiple thousands of feet, just like wells are below groundwater. Oil wells are drilled way far down. Generally speaking, they're not affecting groundwater. There are some formations that might be in line with groundwater, but those have, different rules or different considerations, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
So, I think carbon sequestration's gotten kind of a black eye, but it's actually the oil and gas industry that's the most interested in it. There are considerations with the pipelines. If you have a pipeline leak, you're spewing carbon dioxide in a concentrated manner in an area. So, there's concerns around that legitimately, I think. But it's technology that we understand and we've been studying for decades. So those are some things I think people don't realize.
Okay, let's hit on a few of those things that you mentioned. One, the worry about the water table and the groundwater and that kind of thing. That I'm probably the spearhead of that movement, that commentary, because I do worry about that because I don't understand it. And you say, yeah, this all takes place similar to fracking, where you have the well is encased, so to prevent anything leaking into water, and then what takes place is happening far below the water table. I'm worried that it maybe could leak up and out. I don't know, but these are not the same places in the ground we're talking about. Water here, carbon dioxide well below in some of these.
So a lot of the green movement folks have criticized carbon dioxide sequestration. They don't believe that it stays put. And so that's been the subject of research more recently to verify that it indeed does stay where you put it. The caveat here is it has to be the right kind of formation. It has to be the right kind of rocks. The other thing I think that people maybe don't realize is when you inject carbon dioxide, it's not a gas that you're injecting. It's liquefied. It's under pressure. And so it's no longer in a gaseous state. And you're injecting it far underground where the pressure is great enough to hold it as a liquid.
Now,
so it's not.
I didn't know that. Okay, that's good to know because I did have gas in my mind. So let's back up and talk about where this carbon dioxide is coming from. Is this a byproduct of oil and gas exploration and extraction? This is something we don't want getting into the atmosphere. Is this simply a place to hide what we don't want getting out into the atmosphere? Or, as you point out, could actually be useful, have an afterlife in some of this enhanced extraction? How did we get this carbon dioxide? Where did it come from? And what are we doing with it when we store it? Are we just keeping it out of the way, or potential with technology advances, we can actually use this stuff?
So I think it's both, and where it would come from. So there's a market out there. It's developing. There are companies that want to capture their carbon dioxide and store it underground. For whatever reasons, they want to do that, so they can say we're trying to take care of the environment. Maybe it's a goodwill gesture for their customers. Whatever the reason might be, there is a market for it. There are people who want to do that. So whenever you create demand, you need supply, right? The supply being pore space underground. We all have it under our properties, like these ranchers out in by the Steamboat Ranch, a very historic ranch. And they were getting approached individually by companies that wanted to lease their pore space. The guy that started the company, I know him from North Dakota. When he's a rancher, but he also has a petroleum engineering degree. And so when he was in North Dakota, he started a very successful company called Mineral Tracker. It helps royalty owners figure out if they're getting the right royalty. Figure out, what the performance on that well is likely to be so that they understand what the size of their royalty might be. A very successful company. It ultimately sold to a bank. It's still going. That proprietary software is still out there helping people. Well, so when I found out that Jeff is the one who started this company, I'm kind of excited about that because this guy knows oil and gas. He knows ranching. You put that together, and I think it's pretty neat.
That was my question, Renee. How do these and I'm all for Wyoming ranchers being able to survive, and in today's environment, it's not easy, in the cattle business and the beef business. So finding another source of revenue, that's so cool. But how do these ranchers know about this kind of stuff? You answered that a little bit, because I pictured Daddy Dutton running his Yellowstone ranch, and all of a sudden people are coming to him saying, can we store some carbon dioxide under your ranch? And he's like, what? Jamie, find out what they're talking about. He calls his lawyer and says, what are they talking about? But that's cool to have a guy who's got 1 foot in each world, rancher, scientist like you.
And so as they were getting approached by these individual companies, hey, we want to lease your pore space. And Jeff is talking with his neighbors, and he's like, oh, hey, we have something special here. If we banded together we could market this as a block. And so they have about 20 landowners in this company with 102,000 acres between them. Their subterranean carbon garage, if you will, is like 9,000 feet tall, 102,000 acres wide. You can store a lot of carbon dioxide in that. I mean, a lot. And so as there's this market out there that wants to find a place to park its carbon, they have a garage that they can advertise, here we have this space. By doing that, they retain some control. So if they lease their property individually, and as we all know with oil and gas, what happens, you lease your property to company A this week, and a year later, maybe even a week later, company B comes along and buys company A. And suddenly your agreement's no longer with the guy who said, oh, that won't happen, this won't happen. It's with company B, who had said nothing of the kind.
It's yeah.
And contracts are good, but they don't always cover everything. And we kind of have this handshake deal idea, especially in Wyoming. And so by making their own company to market what they've got, they have a little more control over what opportunities they want to pursue and what opportunities they don't want to pursue. And then the other thing is, this stuff is so far underground, it's not going to affect the surface really. It would be an unusual circumstance. A pipeline leak might affect things. But by and large, these ranchers aren't going to know that that's there, other than the fact they formed this company. It's not going to change the ranching operation. And so they've created a secondary income, which agriculture needs to survive these days.
Yeah.
Most of the ranchers I've talked to over time, they have other jobs. They work another job. They get up really early in the morning, take care of the cattle, go work their second job, come back, take care of the cattle. Maybe they got to go back and do some more work. That's their day. This is helpful to ranches that want to continue and pass on their legacy.
I'm all for that. It would help protect some of the historic ranch lands in Wyoming. And this whole topic adds another little twist to the complexities of landowners owning the surface land, perhaps selling the mineral rights to that land, so you can run cows on your own land. Meanwhile, some local or regional or national company can come in and suck the oil out of your land while you're using it, and now people can rent your land underneath your subterranean land. It's so weird. So much going on there. Renee, thanks for bringing it to our attention. Did we talk about crypto when you were on that story you did a couple of days ago?
Oh, I don't think so.
That whole Bitcoin. Now, I did not know that. I'm late to the party to figure out why Bitcoin was surging immediately after Trump's win Tuesday. And I didn't know the Biden administration was so down on digital assets and crypto. And Wyoming is on the forefront of doing all that, Bitcoin, crypto, digital asset, blockchain. Wyoming wants to be a leader here. And for the last 4 years, we heard about 8 years ago, I heard how Wyoming was leading the charge. And then for the last 4 years, I've heard nothing. Crickets. And it's because of Biden. What's going on with crypto and Bitcoin and the new Trump too?
I have been writing a little bit about crypto here and there, especially with Custodia Bank. This is really a case that's going to kind of chart the future, I think, for digital assets. Wyoming's had 100 meetings with the Kansas City Fed to set up their special purpose depository institution law, which is what Custodia Bank is. And what they want to do is hold these digital assets for people, custody them, keep them secure, handle the password situations, all of that. And so Wyoming had these 100 meetings with the Kansas City Fed to get their input, to get their blessing. Everything seemed good. Custodia Bank in internal Fed memos says no showstoppers. And then the Biden administration came in and suddenly everything changed. Suddenly everything with Custodia Bank is wrong. They're too inexperienced. The regulatory framework is bad. Just everything is wrong. And the Kansas City Federal Reserve issued like an 89-page report on all of the bad things, which is highly unusual for one of these master account applications. They're usually just like a little one-page
right,
yes or no thing, right? And here we have 89 pages worth of why Wyoming special purpose deposit, Custodia Bank's application isn't going to fly, but really it's about Wyoming's special purpose depository institutions in general. Why the whole framework that Wyoming has set up doesn't meet the Fed's approval, even though the state sat with the Fed for over 100 meetings to set up a law that they would be comfortable with. So that's kind of the background here, right? Now, we know that Trump in the past has said it's all a scam against the dollar. He didn't support it, but he has changed his mind more recently. And at a Tennessee conference around Bitcoin, he announced this and said, that he wants to build a Bitcoin reserve in America. That's a big deal. A lot of people jumped on that and started tweeting about that. And so when he won the presidency, those folks came out again and they're like tweeting about how they're going to build a American Bitcoin reserve. And you can see in a lot of the advisors Trump's been looking at, they're more friendly to crypto than in the past.
Yeah.
You've got looking at the Cardano founder, who is a Wyomingite. He owns a ranch here in Wyoming. He's building a healthcare center up in Gillette. He's doing some restaurant work in Wheatland. So I would say he's a Wyomingite. He's being eyed for a position in the Trump administration as a crypto advisor.
So Trump really has done an about face on the whole concept. The Biden administration, we know, was pretty negative on cryptocurrency, or at least did not put up a lot of roadblocks for it. And to get Bitcoin, to get crypto going in Wyoming or anywhere really, we do need somewhat of a conventional bank to be behind it. Is that what Custodia was trying to be?
No, I think they were more trying to be a bridge between your asset and, okay, I need to take out some of my money from my assets. And so they were trying to be that bridge that can help you manage your assets. Right?
Yeah.
That's been one of the issues with crypto is you have all this money tied into it, but how do you get it back?
Yeah. Yeah.
You put it in, but how do you get it back?
Right.
And then the master account is kind of a bank account for banks. So it speeds up transactions, financial transactions.
So,
Makes them more cheap. You can do them more cheaply. If you don't have a master account, you're kind of a second-class citizen in the banking world. It's going to cost you a lot more to do business. And it's just not going to be as convenient for the customer.
So if some of my friends would say, I have Bitcoin and it, but when they pull into the Taco Time drive-through and they can't pay for their order in what they're worth in Bitcoin, that's where the logjam seems to be taking place. You got to turn that into something you could spend.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I understand it.
Right.
And so, and I've written a lot about Custodia Bank. I think the comment I see most often on Facebook is, oh, they're all criminals. It's all a scam. But let's think about that for a second. Caitlin tried to go in the front door. She didn't try to go in the back door. Unlike FTX, she didn't just ignore the rules. She said, hey, here I am. I want to follow the rules. I want to be a law-abiding citizen. This is financial innovation. I want to be part of financial innovation. And she tried to go in the front door and they slammed it in her face.
From carbon sequestration to Dogecoin Queen, Renee Jean covers it all. Discussions with you give me a migraine, Renee, just trying to keep up.
Sorry.
I have to go and lie down now. You're way too smart. Next time you're on, let's talk about something dumb. Okay? Okay.
We'll talk about, I don't know, what can we talk about?
I
that's
don't
dumb?
know. Sports, something like really simple that I can understand and be able to discourse with you. Woo. Yeah, and then we're going to have Abby on, so that's our moment of lightness. Abby will be up next. Ask Abby.
All right.
Thank you, Renee. We'll see you next week. Super
Bye-bye
great
now.
stories. Renee Jean with 2 fantastic stories. I'm going to close the Zoom room, and we'll get Abby in here, our Ask Abby segment, running a little late on that. Abby, okay, I got a new Zoom room open. Abby, if you're watching, listening, jump in now. And we'll do the Ask Abby. And the things I'm going to ask Abby are going to be like nothing to do with carbon sequestration and storing carbon dioxide under the ground because, whoa, I can't even get there. Into the Zoom room. We're going to ask Abby. Let's get into that Zoom room. Where are we? Hey, what the heck are you doing?
I got this cool helmet on because it's the border war, Jake.
Oh man, we are serious about the border war.
Yeah. And
Go Pokes.
so this is my friend Jack.
Hello, Jack.
Go Pokes.
Go Pokes. Big game.
This is Jack's helmet. It has actual. Where pointed out.
Yeah, there's some green paint up here in the front. I don't know if you can see it on the camera. Where was it at last time? Yeah,
right here.
Yeah, there we go. From playing in the border war, 2010.
Whoa, not that long ago. By the way, and this is somewhat of a surprise to me, but not quite, I have to admit, because I got to know who Jack is. That's Jack Tennant. Jack can explain who he is today. Who he was yesterday was a 6'5", 285-pound offensive tackle. He was a beast. And did you win us?
285 today too.
Yeah, you still running 285
on a good day.
This is the guy, if you ever seen the movie, who's in charge of protecting the quarterback. Who was your quarterback back in the day that you were?
You know, we had a number of them, I think, that we rolled through throughout the years.
Yeah.
I was really lucky to play for the Cowboys, 2006 to 2010. And I think, you know, we always talked about trying to at least have a pair of boots, bronze boots, when you graduate from you. I think 3 out of the 5 years we came home with a boot.
There we go. The boot is the prize trophy of the border war. And yeah, if you're 4 years on the varsity team, you at least try to get out of your service at university with a pair of boots. That sounds reasonable. Tell me, the Ask Abby is going to become Ask Jack for a second. Thanks for having Jack on, Abby. I want to know, and everyone wants to know, what's going on in the huddle? How many times are you in the huddle? Let's say you just gave up a sack. And how many times on the huddle does the quarterback yell at you guys and say, come on, you got to get it together. That was a huge hit I just took. What goes on in the huddle? Besides the play call, is there actually like finger pointing, like, come on, Tennant, I got killed, I got crushed on that play. What are you doing?
Absolutely. That's the moment where you come back and you look everyone in the eye and you got to fess up to what you did or didn't do on the previous play. You know, I always loved, you know, when you're standing in the huddle and there's a holding call, you know, and the camera zooms right into your face.
Right.
Parents are in the stands. They're going, wow, this is the moment that we really get to highlight our son out on the field getting a holding call.
Yeah.
So I'll never forget, actually, I can't remember what game it was, but my buddy Sam Sterner, who I played with, he played left guard, and I think he's only a game or two off of holding the record for the amount of starts he had. But he had this holding call, and the camera was just right on him. And we were all kind of nudging him and saying, Sam, look. You know, and he's just looking. You look at the camera, that, you know, draws more attention to you. And
yeah.
He's like, I know. So, no, it's the huddle's a special moment. It's kind of sad nowadays. Not all the teams, you know, huddle in between plays. I'm a big fan of, obviously,
right. I mean, it's not so much for the play calling. It's, to yell at each other in the huddle, like, you idiot. I know.
It kind of brings you all together.
Sure.
And, the thing is every time, they call the play, and then before you turn around and run up to the line, everybody, out on the break ready, and then you clap, break, run to the line. So it's kind of that also, forget about everything that happened the last play, and now we got to go do the next play.
Important bonding moment, a regrouping. But you're right. Unfortunately, offensive linemen rarely called out for things they do right. Usually we know of them when a 65-yard touchdown play is brought back because holding number. Yep. And that's why, let me take you back to the days of original football when there were no face masks, and then we had the one bar for the kickers. That's why offensive linemen have the extensive lattice work. It's not because guys are going to reach in there and poke their eyes out. It's so people don't know who committed when the camera zooms in. You're right. You got like a running back's helmet, but you didn't have that.
You ever see when they get their finger, caught in one of those and they're trying to pull it out?
That's what you get for eye gouging me. Okay, one more thing, Jack, about the playing days. What kind of smack talk went on between you and the edge rusher? That's the guy on Colorado State who's trying to get around you, through you, to get to your quarterback. What kind of stuff was exchanged on the line of scrimmage between the face masks?
Oh, geez. When you're actually on the line and there's a big pause moment, sometimes there'll be a little banter back and forth, but it's usually after the play. I will say offensive linemen, they don't talk nearly as much smack as the D linemen. You could be blocked perfectly every single play, and then there's one play the D lineman gets around and gets a sack, and they stand up like they just took over the entire world, and everyone's looking at them, and you're going, oh my gosh, we've had 75 plays, and one of them you get a sack, and all of a sudden all the attention's on you. But so I don't, offensive linemen, I'd say they're a little more collected. It's kind of the whole do your job mentality, and you kind of shut up and go back to the play and go to the next play. So we didn't get to do as much of that fun stuff as an offensive lineman back in the day. But I do have some fun border war stories for you if you ever want to jump into them. So
because we're talking border war this week. Actually, it's a Friday game, right? Not a Saturday. Wow. It's tomorrow. Border war, and of course, a lot of us are worried that the future of the border war is in flux. There's the game down in Fort Collins tomorrow. There's one more contractually commitment to play again in UW. And after that, we don't know because CSU is chickening out, and out they go from the Mountain West. They're jumping conference. What is the future, do you think? And by the way, Jack, what are you doing now at the university? So two-part question. What are you doing nowadays? You're still in the Laramie area at the university. And what do you think personally is the future of the border war? And hopefully Berman and crew can keep CSU on the schedule, even though we love to hate them.
Yeah, well, I'll take that border war part first. I guess the one thing I've learned over the last couple of years is the people that think they know don't know. Because if you think you know, you don't know. And things change so much, so rapidly. It's wild. And it is. I hope they're able to figure out an agreement going forward to keep that game on the schedule. I know athletic director, Tom Berman is doing everything he can to keep that. I think rivalries are really good for the sport. They're really good for the fan bases. And then to transition to your other question, they're really good for the alumni bases. I know Colorado State's alumni director, and I'm the alumni director at the University of Wyoming. And we just talk about how everybody gets excited and fired up and more connected to the university during this week and during these games, whether it's volleyball or basketball or football or any of the other sports that we compete at. And so rivalries are a special part of the game. This one goes back a long time. I will never forget walking into the locker room as a freshman. So I grew up in Illinois, little farm town in Illinois, came out to Wyoming. Joe Glenn recruited me, awesome guy. And, we're going through the season. I think it was I don't know if it was the last game of the season, but it was towards the end. And I had no idea what I was walking into because I walked in and on every single locker, there was a piece of paper that said Sheep Week. And I don't know if you can read my pen. It says
No, beat Sally Ann Shermer says that all the time. Yeah, beat the
And
sheep.
man, we just we really got excited. And the older guys, everything that week was about this game, about this rivalry. Everyone wore their cowboy boots when they were lifting in the locker room that week, which I don't know if that's or not. It was thinking back on it, we weren't running 40-yard dashes in them, but with the smoke rack, when you got a pair of cowboy boots on, that's not so bad.
I love that.
So no, it was great actually. And you were around. We were connecting quite a bit back in college.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I think just as a former student at UW, the border war is always like the game you're most invested in. It's like, I don't talk a lot of trash most of the year, but I will get a little excited. I will get a little animated for the CSU game. And I think it would be like, whether it was in Fort Collins or whether it was, here in Laramie, you were just always pretty dedicated to going to that game. And I will say this year's been kind of a bummer, but it's like we always got to show up for CSU for the CSU game. So it'll be fun, but yeah.
It's always been if you win one game all year, make it this one. It's always been that kind of thing. I was going to ask you that, Abby. If it's in Laramie, obviously the student body shows up, but how well does everybody travel? UW is going to be there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been talking to people. We're doing a little pregame down there before the game starts, and seems like everybody in the area down there, and talking to people up here that are going to the game. And so that is one of the special things about the border war is in a rivalry game is no matter what team is having a good season, bad season. I mean the competition on the field is even again, and it's kind of one of those 0-0 records going in. Actually, my senior year, I think we only won 3 games. I unfortunately played, during some years that we didn't win a lot of games. We did go to a bowl game one year, but we won 44-0 over Colorado State. I think we rushed for 5 touchdowns. That would have been 2010. So that was, and again, we were having a real tough season, but you want to talk about, you kind of forget about everything in the past, that happened. People were excited. And that was the last game of the season too. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah. That's the one game you've got to win all year. You thought the Johnson County wars were about sheep slaughter. That's nothing compared to beat the sheep. That's the real war. The border war trumps the Johnson County wars. Yeah, that's huge. What do you know of the team? How much do you follow the team, Jack? What do you see? Obviously, we're going through a head coach change. Coach Jay Salvell trying to find his way, put his imprint on this team. The defense has looked horrible, in my opinion. The offense has sputtered a little. I love Evan. I love 17. I don't want to heap a lot of blame on him, but Caden Anderson, he looks like the change Wyoming needed. All of a sudden, the run game's working, but that defense has got to get better. What's your take on this 24 Wyoming team?
Yeah, I'm still excited about Coach, and I'm excited about the program, the future. I'm kind of one of those eternal optimist people. You kind of have to be, when you work for the university. But I went through a coaching change when I was playing, and it takes time. No matter if you're hiring a coach from within, if you got a lot of the same guys, no matter what, in any organization, when there's change in leadership, it takes time for everyone to get in the same seat and row in the boat and all those phrases that you want to, use, basically for everyone to align and try to figure out what's going on. There's been some great glimpses. It's like my golf game. I talk about, you get little moments of brilliance that make you think that it's all going to come together. Yeah. Keep back to the golf course. Same thing with the Cowboys. They've had some really exciting things that they've shown this year. They just got to bring it all together, and hopefully they do it this weekend. I think, they've got some really talented players, and when I watch them play, there's still a lot of kids playing with a lot of grit and competition and trying the best they can. I think that's what you look for. And, there's glimpses of everything here and there. But I'm still, watching the game, watching the pokes, still show up with pride and excited about it all. So, yeah. Once a Cowboys fan, always a Cowboys fan, no matter what's going on in the season. I hear a lot of, obviously, rhetoric coming out of CSU and Fort Collins about how great they are and how
They're on the upswing. They're riding a 4-game win streak or something. But I look at the games they played, and I think they're beatable. Like, legitimately, if you could remove the brown and gold out of your mind and you're just handicapping this game, I think it's a game Wyoming can win.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think our guys are going to show up with, a lot of grit and a lot of determination, and anything can happen on that field. Joe Glenn, which was the head coach that recruited me, always used to say, it's never as good as it seems and it's never as bad as it seems. I mean, you focus on those high and low points, and yeah, they're on a 4-game win streak, but I think we were on a, 5-6 game loss streak when I was in my senior year, and we still walked into that locker room like we were getting ready to play for the national championship that week and excited to play, CSU. And I think that we can expect that from the Cowboys. And yeah, you got a couple bright spots that you're really excited about to see, how are they going to come out and perform? And so, yeah, I think it's totally winnable. I don't know if I can ever remove the brown and gold bias and glasses from my thought process, but I will say when I was playing, there was never a game I ever walked out onto the field, didn't think for 100% in my mind that we were going to win that game.
Yeah, we're talking to Ask Abby, and she's got Jack Tennant on with her. Jack, one last thing for you about the CSU, about this rivalry game going down there. Walk us through what it's going to be like for these kids tomorrow, what it was like for you, and what it's going to be like for these players tomorrow. When do they go down? How do you go? Do you go down on a bus? What's that day look like?
Yeah, so you go down actually, and you stay. You do go down on a bus. Actually, I think it's like 4 buses. There's a lot of guys, a lot of people that travel with the
big
team.
Guys taking up a whole seat. Yeah.
The thing is you're in so many meetings. There are so many things to keep your focus on that game. And so you're meeting here on campus, and I don't know exactly the travel schedule of the guys, but when we played, we would meet, we would get on the bus, we would go to the field, do some walkthroughs of some plays, get comfortable with the situation, get comfortable in the locker room. This is all, the day before the game. So I imagine they're traveling down today. Then you go to back to the hotel, you get settled in there, and then it's meetings, meals, everything to just keep you focused on the most important thing. It's the coaches always talk about it. It's a business trip. You're not going down there to swim in the swimming pool. You're going down there, to play a football game and represent Wyoming Cowboys. And so you eat a lot of food, you sit in a lot of meetings, and at the end of the day, you do one of the coolest things in the world, and that's play college football. So.
Notice, the offensive lineman just mentioned the food often. You're in a meeting, then you eat a bunch of food, and then you're in another meeting. It's just all eating.
Yeah.
A lot of meals.
All right. Well, I'm excited. Abby, way to score this special guest interview with Jack Tennant. That's super cool. Where are you guys hanging out, Casper?
So we're in Jack's office. We're in Laramie for the Wyoming Business Alliance Forum, and it's here in the Gateway Center. And so I knew that Jack's office was in here, and I saw him walking in this morning, and I thought, I wonder if he wants to jump on the call with me. And so I came to his office, and there was a door, or on the door there's a sign that says in a Zoom call. So I grabbed a piece of paper and I shoved it under his door. Said, you want to jump on a call? Text me. And so anyway, he's like, I'm in. And that's when I was like, this is gonna be awesome. So so that's where we are, and we're I was just interrupted and ruining his day. That's what I do.
You have to have a moment that you remember from Chief Week.
Oh man, I remember the first time we went down to Fort Collins. I was so intimidated by because I was so worried that people were going to be mean, and that the fans were going to be unruly. But I think my favorite moments from all of the Border Wars is when we win and everyone is just rushing to the boot and holding the boot up like that. Those are kind of the core memories for me, is like seeing your buddies out there. I mean, because I obviously am not friends with the football players today like I was back, when we were in school. But to see your buddies holding that boot up, it's almost kind of like, we did it. So I love those memories, and just rushing the field and high-fiving everybody. Like that's really the fun. I like CSU, and then getting online and talking a little crap.
Oh, you got to. Yep.
Yeah.
Singing Cowboy Joe, holding that boot up.
Man, you know what they need to do? They need to play Joe Glenn, the video of him
In the
playing
piano.
Yeah, they need to do that.
Oh.
That needs to
Did
come
that.
back live.
On my recruiting trip, he came to my house to have a dinner, and my whole family's music majors. It's like I came out of nowhere, and he came in and he sat down at our piano at our house.
No
and
way.
played Cowboy Joe, and you should have seen my whole family. They were just smiling. I mean, that guy.
It's amazing.
He is the reason I'm here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And
Gosh,
Jack was like, show me the commitment paper. I'm signing.
yeah. I signed.
My freshman year, actually, in fall camp, we would come in and we'd have to sing that song at fall camp. And you'd come back. If you didn't know the words, you came back the next day and you'd have to sing it. So we had to learn that song. And still at every alumni event, we sing that thing. That's how we close every single thing. So.
And it's so fast. And I always, when I hear the players say, I'm like, how do they all know it? It's a requirement. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, you kind of, if you don't know it, it's like, what are you doing here?
We're talking about the border war, the importance of the Wyoming CSU Rams game tomorrow night. And the trophy for this win is the bronze boot. And where is this boot kept? So if you win it, Wyoming won the last years. So do we have possession of it?
It sits in the locker room all year round. There's a spotlight in a trophy case, whether it's in there or not, there's a light on it, or at least it was when we had my locker room and we'd come in. And so if it was in there, you're looking at it and you're proud of it. But then if it's not in there, you're looking at an empty trophy case and that spotlight is still on. So you're thinking about, we got to get that thing back.
Motivation. If the spotlight shows the boot, you're like, we have to keep it. If it shows nothing, you're like, we got to go get it. Yeah. I love that. Abby, you and I share the same method of obtaining guests on the show. Just slip a note under the door while they're in another more important meeting. That's how I got Secretary of State Chuck Gray. That's how we got Rob Wallace this week. And the most important guests we've had, Abby and Jack. I love it.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. And
all right.
Always talk about UW.
Yeah, for sure. Let's do it again. Big game tomorrow. Go Pokes. It's border war. It's on. Thanks, guys.
Go Pokes.
Bye.
Yes. Beautiful. I love when, Josh Allen still does it every once in a while. I remember the first couple years he was with the Buffalo Bills. At the end of every interview, he would give a Go Pokes or a Go Bills. He would mix it up, but he still strongly acknowledges the ties to the old school, and so does Logan Wilson. So do a lot of pros that come out of UW. How Jack Tennant didn't turn pro at 6'5", 285, our star offensive tackle, I don't know, but he's parlayed the college football career into something more important, working with the alumni at UW. So big score for Abby. I love it as she gets us in touch with Jack Tennant, special guest on the Ask Abby segment, which you hear every Thursday at 9:30. It's the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake, and we'll be right back to wrap things up after this quick message. You know what we should do? Play our rodeo show. That's what we'll do.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Road Show. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Good to have you along. Hey, it is time to count down the top 15 in each event as we head for the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo. We did that last year. We're going to do it this year. We have the number 15s in our back pocket. We'll tell you about them in each event. Top 15 going into the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo as the countdown begins. Coming up next.
Ranchers, it's bull-bine time, and Redland Angus is your headquarters for range cow genetics. Saturday, November 23rd, 176 coming 2-year-old range bulls and 80 range-raised bred heifers right out of the Redland herd sale at Buffalo Livestock Auction, Buffalo, Wyoming. Sale time is 1 o'clock, also carried live on Northern Livestock Video. The more efficient a cow herd is at converting roughage, the greater the potential for reducing input costs and increasing profitability. For more sale day information, find them on Facebook at Redland Black Angus Ranch.
On a cattle ranch, calves aren't only raised by their mother. They're raised by a community of farmers, ranchers, and veterinarians, committed to giving them the healthiest, most comfortable life possible. Because for cattle farmers, ranchers, and the moms of those baby calves, animal welfare is the top priority. Together, we bring more beef. It's what's for dinner. Funded by Beef Farmers and Ranchers.
Number 15 in the bareback riding is Montana's Richmond champion. Going to his 9th NFR in the steer wrestling, it's Scott Ginther. He had no intention of coming back down to the States, but he had such a great year. He is headed back to the National Finals Rodeo in the number 15 spot. The team roping heading department, there is Derek Begay, the legend from Arizona, number 15 in the heading. Two-time world champion Paul Eves from Missouri, the healer in the number 15 spot. Going back to his second NFR is Logan Hay, the oldest of three of the Hay brothers in the bronc riding. He is from Wildwood, Alberta, Canada. In the tie-down roping, Quade Hyatt, Canyon, Texas. In the tie-down roping, breakaway roper Jordan Joe Hollabaugh of Colorado. Back to the NFR. There is Shelley Morgan in the barrel race. She's number 15 in the world from Houston, Texas. She won the National Finals Rodeo, the aggregate title at the National Finals Rodeo a couple of years ago. In the bull riding, Creek Young from Missouri. He qualified in the number 15 spot, but he broke his leg in the last month of the season. It's not healed, and so Dustin Bouquet of Louisiana goes in his place. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Yeah, thank you, Will. We're running way late on this day in Wyoming history because we had so many special guests. Big thanks to Ask Abby, Abby's segment as she gets Jack Tennant on. We talked to Secretary of State Chuck Gray this morning, Cowboy Kevin Meyer. We did a whole bunch of stuff. This day in Wyoming history, let me cruise it real fast because we have one story from this day that I have to explore further and I will have to research. This day, November 14th in 1890, Joseph Carey elected first U.S. Senator for Wyoming. After several days of balloting, Governor Warrant was elected as the second senator for Wyoming. So an important day for Wyoming history, 1890. This day in 1897, an earthquake damaged the Grand Central Hotel in Casper, Wyoming. And on this day, November 14th, in 1935, you can't make this stuff up, the Crook County News reported a Montana man was killed by flying sheep. Let that sink in. Some sheep are going to be flying tomorrow night. CSU border war. Let's go get them sheep for the Cowboys. I am going to find out. And I did try to do a little research. You can't find the Crook County News online. It's only microfilm. So I really need to read this story and try to figure out how a flying sheep killed a Montana man on this day in Wyoming history, 1935. I'm just opens the door to so many questions. I'm so baffled. But for now, it's 10 o'clock, and that'll do it for today on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. We'll do it again tomorrow at 6. Y'all have a great day.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. A new way Wyoming wakes up.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy